Here it goes. Which messes with the VODs and whatnot, but my VODs aren't that pristine anyway. Hello, sorry about
The
that.
library was...
I don't understand why that happens. And I don't know if I should stop and start the stream when that happens, but it seems to work. So I'm doing it, even though it makes my VODs all messy. But hey, I'm not here for the VODs, I'm here for the live stream. So,
Okay,
do I skip all of these letters? I guess so, huh? In the maze. You just go through the maze and, like, anything that's not one of these letters.
Good night, Matt Milder. Thanks for hanging out.
Good night, Matt Milder.
350
Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, and there's the
So
Ouija board.
E-A-T-H. H.
Oh, and then there's the... Okay, I see.
D-A...
Oh, okay, I see.
D-H-H? What is this? There's an A. There's an S. There's A again. K. E. N. What? Is this maze supposed to spell something?
Oh, I don't remember the...
You did it right at the beginning. It stopped the stream. Now it's starting a new stream, a third stream, the best stream. The chess pieces. Do I need to solve the maze first? This maze looks like it takes a while. I don't know how you did it so fast.
Well, you just go down.
Don't you have to write all the letters down?
It uses most of it. Well, no, just
the ones that are
the letters that aren't there,
in the blinking thing.
It gives a clue, yeah.
DHHSNYVWS. It seems like a lot of consonants.
That aren't in the... Wait, what? It wasn't all those.
Yeah, I'm trying to traverse the maze, but I'm trying to skip the letters.
In the book, right?
Yeah. But there's flashing letters.
There's flashing letters?
Yeah, on the right. There's letters blinking.
Oh, no. Don't look at those.
Oh.
Those are how you enter the code. You click the letter when it...
Oh. What?
there's... So, like...
You click the letter...
Just look at the maze by itself and ignore the thing on the right.
Okay.
Then once you solve the maze, it gives you a clue to a word that's the answer, and you put that word into the thing on the right. And it's just... The way you do it is just click it when that letter pops up on the screen. So you have to wait for it to come up.
Death has taken... Yeah, you need to put all the ticket pieces together to find out how to hold the buttons.
But you have some of the tickets.
I have some of them.
Right?
I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to solve the maze.
Maybe it's the open button.
So I have the scrap of paper that has a rectangle notch on the left. and a circle on the right, and it says down
Yeah.
the and seconds.
Oh, I think I did it.
Yeah.
Sweet. Oh, and then it screamed. Okay, it screamed at me. Oh, then there's the game. Okay. The dice that I was given.
And
should
the
be-
game, you
Oh
just
my
gotta
gosh,
play
what
the
just
game.
happened?
Just gotta play it.
What is wrong with cheating if the game isn't fair?
I don't know what the cheating
I wish
was. I
life
just
was
played
like
it.
this game, and both of us
I
could
won.
get to the end. Only as the fate has rolled for us in the end. Wait.
This.
I don't get it.
Did that. Click on the dice.
Oh, it gets them
Death
two,
has
four.
and
1, 2, 3, 4.
T
1, 2, 3, 4.
and T? Are you supposed to read the letters?
1,
I'm
2,
tempted to
3,
copy
4.
this entire maze or just screenshot it and scribble on it. Screenshot and scribble on it. I'll just write on my monitor. Does this have a pen? Edit, draw. Okay, death has taken my love, and I will stop at nothing to save my dearest.
Yay, Debbie met her end in a fire. Okay, that was
Yay,
that.
Debbie. And
Good job, Debbie.
Yay, you did it.
Okay, then I have to do all the
Curse
cards. Okay,
that
do I
binds
remember?
us. Okay, T.
Okay, I remember there was 0 was
T T H A E R. T T H
what was
A.
it? Prison. Prison. Was 0 prison?
R.
I think 0 was prison.
Okay.
And it was that thing.
This is too many letters. I'm doing
Ooh.
it wrong. Something's wrong.
All right. I got it.
C E. Why? So in the maze, I have like 10 letters that are not part of solving the maze. Is that right? T T H A E R K M C E. Or is it when I pass them, or is it
When you pass it in the maze.
when you pass it? So
Yeah,
T.
it goes in order of the maze.
The order of when you pass it.
Yeah.
Okay. What's this one? C. T
don't
A
remember
C K.
Oh, shit.
Tac. S. Tax. T H E. T I. Tax the time? What?
Takes the time. Right?
You'd think. T A. It's a C. I passed a C that I didn't pick up. And I did not pass an
Huh.
E.
I don't remember.
Tax the time.
Well,
T A
it's
C.
something that takes the time. That was the clue, I think. Like, takes the time or something. It was something about that, yeah.
And then I'm supposed to click those letters? That can't be right.
No, it's
no,
a
it's
clue for
unrelated.
a 5-letter
Different.
word that
Oh.
means that.
Hacks the time. T A C K S.
Not.
Like thumbtacks.
Okay,
Tax
I
the
don't think that
time.
was supposed to be the clue. I thought it was like takes. I thought it was takes the time. Maybe.
It's
Huh.
really weird. It seems very much like it's tax the time. I kind of want to show you my work. Oh wait, tracks the time. I missed an R. Something tracks the time. Moon Star.
And I'm doing the moon one now.
You're doing the moon one. I'm still
Yeah.
confused about the moon one. Oh, that moon one. The one with the letters.
Yeah, death. Yeah. The death one.
And I now have the 8
Oh, and there's NIS
with a
there, okay.
painting of a girl and the word timeless. And
did you ever
kick the stream each time that happens because I don't understand it. I wonder if it's related to is my picture still choppy for you?
No, I think it's been good.
I was wondering if it was my internet. Hello again.
I just need the Raven card now, I think.
My stream keeps choking. I wonder if Comcast is the worst.
Is it Timeless? No, wait. Timeless was the girl, right?
Yeah, it was 8 girl timeless.
Then what was
what
the
is
Raven
your?
one?
Well, I guess I wrote it down from before.
Remember.
So the chess arrangement
chess
from
is,
the other side.
White bishop, black pawn,
White
knight,
bishop, black pawn, white knight,
white rook, and black queen.
Black queen. And I haven't seen mine yet. Let's see, white bishop, black pawn, black queen. Black pawn, white knight, black queen, white rook opens up the thing that says button, large crank. And that's part of the ticket arrangement. And your Twitter bot thing captured a perfect moment. Oh,
I just looked at Twitter.
Well, what did it capture? Just like...
You said, how hard can it be?
The fact that I'm using Discord now, and that's different, but that doesn't seem that different. Yikes. Incredible. Dropped frames, 119, 28%. Dropped frames. CPU, 16%, 60 frames per second, which maybe I should be doing 60 frames per second. Adrian's coming in your chat, because mine's not working. With my chat, my stream keeps dying, and he wants to know what's going on.
Adrian, yeah.
Kilobits per second.
It keeps dying.
I'm seeing like colored lights at the bottom of OBS. There's this rectangle of like green, orange, red. It keeps changing as my kilobits per second keeps like changing and dropping and stuff. I don't know what's going on. Wait, just I've moved over here. Yeah. Fair. My
How's your
stream
computer?
is...
Did you check your task manager?
No, that's a good idea. I'm not seeing any bad behavior on the computer so far. No, it all looks okay. 63% CPU, GPU, memory, they're all below 60. It's okay. Um, but disturbing. Oh yeah, and my picture. Oh, my whole stream is choppy. It's like both of us are choppy on my stream.
Oh, okay. Huh.
In Discord, everything looks smooth to me. But my stream that I'm monitoring is like a very low frame rate, and there's a lot of bad colors at the bottom of OBS where it's talking about
Oh no.
the kilobits per second, and it keeps going to red and stuff. So it could be that Comcast is just throttling me and being awful, and I may have to do what Ian's saying. Like, while I have you, can I talk to you about getting you on an annual contract to save you money? And I didn't respond. And maybe they punished me by...
Well, now you will.
They're like, yeah, you really should have said yes. This is what happens to people who ignore us. You don't get to ignore Comcast.
Yeah, it's
Who do
weird
you
how your
think you
stream is
are?
going down, but your Discord call is perfect. Like, not even a blip. Yeah, well, the Discord call was being weird before we started streaming.
Right.
So I don't know.
So,
if
like,
it, like, just transferred to this.
yeah, now it's like, well, you can have one. You really want two? That seems like awfully greedy. Oh, here's the chess thing. You got the chess thing already, or you want me to read it to
Oh,
you?
yeah. I'm waiting on the Raven card because I forgot what word that was.
I
And I
don't know
think
how
I
to
have
get that
everything
yet.
else.
But do you want the chess? The white...
No, I already did it.
You
I
already
remembered
did
it.
Okay. Study, scullery, solarium, laboratory, grand hall. How do you use this blueprint? Doesn't look clickable.
Later. Yeah, later. It'll be a reference for a thing you get later.
Okay.
That looks like the library. It's just a room with the time in it.
Yeah.
And so you have to like reference this, find out that it's the library.
Oh, I see. So Agnes backwards. Agnes.
Yeah.
That I remember. Agnes. 635 and the shape of a thing.
Yep.
Okay, I have a card which is 0, scary, scratchy
I already
face
did that
with
one.
finger with prison. 635, this shape, which on the blueprint we can see is the library. 635 library. So you did that, right?
Yeah, I did that already.
Okay. Spirit radio.
I already have 350 study as well.
Tune, listen. Kineto. We did Kineto. I need a triangle. I need some triangles.
I remember one of them was
Scary face
TAR.
But how do you
T was on
find
the
them?
top. Oh, wait, that one was... Okay, no. So one of them I have is IRE.
Where's the... Oh, I is at the bottom left.
I was in the top, and then R was in the bottom left. I think that was somewhere that I had somewhere. Yeah, here.
What's
in the
radio
game of
for?
life.
The game of life?
The radio is how you find the one that's in the Ouija board. So that's the owl, bell, the piano, owl, and bell. So piano is in the top, owl, and bell. Owl's in the left, and
all I
bell is
see
on
in the
right.
radio is... Oh, I have to listen to them.
Yeah, you have to listen to it. And
Oh, I
so
see.
you can change the letters.
I gotcha.
And so, like, I think that ended up being TAR.
A is owl,
Yeah, A is owl, so
O
that's going to be in the
is
top, in the bottom left.
phone, ring, bell.
Yeah.
M is frog. D is knock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
R is a different bell,
Yeah. That one's the bell.
a proper
like,
bell.
Yeah, the Liberty Bell one.
E is a piano. Playing everyone's favorite song.
Yeah, chopsticks. Yeah.
And then back to A. So if it was owl, so if it was piano,
Piano
at
on the top, owl
is
on the left,
T.
and gong, bell on the right.
Owl is A. Gong bell on the right is R. Then I go into the keyhole. Missing letters Y blank blank, R blank blank. Then you use the Ouija board. That spells out your mother's name backwards,
Your
which
mother.
I already
Oh,
did,
which I
which
did.
was Agnes.
And then there, you already did you do IRE
No.
for the triangle? Okay,
Where did
so
you
one
get
of them
IRE from?
That was from the Game of Life, Candyland. Candyland, I mean. So I is on the top, R is on the left, E is on the right.
Okay. I,
And then I have one from the portraits too.
R, E. It comes for us all. Dark moon, right moon,
Okay, I
left
already
moon,
did
dark
that
moon,
one.
full moon.
Okay,
And
and then
that-
in the portraits,
And that one
Okay,
was,
that's
oh yeah,
good.
yeah, you
That
push the
leads
buttons to
to-
get the death thing.
so NIS. So N is on the top, I is in the left, and S is on the right.
And S. This is the creepy dolls that you were freaking you out a little bit.
Oh,
So
okay,
there's the
yeah.
burned doll.
Wait,
stitched-
did you get the Raven card?
Yeah. So 3
What is
Raven
the-
Escape
Oh, escape. Okay.
is next to the doll heads.
Okay.
And the dolls are burned. So fire. Let's see, we have
Who's
this.
a fortune teller now?
Fire.
Looking at this thing.
Where did my
Life
notes go?
transfer. Oh, okay. Her freedom lies in the cards. Oh, timeless prison escape. So that was 8,
Here it is.
0, 3.
So we have. Oh, I see. Combinations of which lights are on. Fire. Fire
Life
is
transfer. So you're
this.
transferring the life from.
Pox is this. Pox again. Something. Presumably the axe. Maybe. Then
Yeah, and then mind, then fire.
the mind, which is both on. And then fire again. Which is.
Down.
And then a loud crashing noise.
Midnight cemetery. Don't click that.
And then go into the crashing noise. And it's done. You've completed your part of the
Okay.
story.
I have to go midnight cemetery. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Cemetery.
Weird how your stream is going down, but your Discord call is perfect, like not even a blip. Yeah. Yeah. Which makes me think that it's not necessarily just
Okay.
Comcast's fault. It could also be related to Twitch's fault. Like, that my account is not getting enough resources at Twitch's end.
Oh,
I don't know.
maybe. Huh.
I don't know how to diagnose that.
Yeah. Weird.
I can do some speed
Anyway.
tests.
I didn't see your jump scare that you got,
No.
but I was also like trying to prepare myself for them each
I
time.
heard a really loud noise when I finished the
Uh-huh.
doll puzzle.
Yes, that
The crashing noise.
that was what scared me at the end.
Just the noise, right?
Yes.
There was no visual.
No. uh, was there any? I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there. The dolls were just scary,
The dolls are scary.
and just yeah. So then I was like covering my face whenever I
Yeah,
opened
like I
the
have to
screen.
solve this puzzle, but I'm looking at these diseased dolls that are all
Yeah.
burned and have different lights lit up.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
But
We
yeah,
did it.
I'm not a big horror fan.
Not a fan of horror. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Um,
it was
have-
fun.
That was fun.
Good.
It was, yeah. fun puzzles, not your Halloween taste.
Yeah.
It's even got like just spooky bats in the distance on this like picture.
Oh, the ring girl.
The girl with the trees and some bats. Not a puzzle,
Mhm.
just atmospheric.
Yeah,
Just like cobwebs.
I was
Just
like, is she gonna move?
just to freak you out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun. I like these.
Yeah, that was fun. Hey. So, next week.
What do you want to do?
I don't know.
Have you looked at the room? Like,
I mean, I played the first one on my phone, so.
okay, and it wasn't too scary for you, because it's
I
atmospheric.
don't think so.
I mean, it's
But
like,
I might have also had the sound off,
mm,
so I don't know if there's like scary sounds.
it's not that scary. But
Like as long as there's no like
jump scares.
Yeah, jump scares.
I don't remember any jump scares in the room.
I think it was just like text, like there were letters on there, and it was kind of like a weird.
I mean, it's definitely
Story,
trying to be
right?
creepy.
Yeah,
But
but
I-
like I don't think it was like scary or anything.
I don't think it's as disturbing as like Rusty Lake topics.
Yeah. Well, Rusty Lake, the art is what disturbs me.
The
Just the art style, I don't.
It's just like gross looking cartoons.
Like the topic I don't care about as much as just the art style.
The art's like
Yeah.
it's like New Yorker cartoons that want to kill each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
that are
So
like,
like for some
"Let
reason
me
that
casually
art style just
rip your
creeps
heart
me
out."
out.
And eat it and grow a new heart in my garden. Because that's how hearts work. So the
But
room.
I mean, I would probably be fine playing Rusty Lake, but I don't have it
Oh, okay. Well, we can
because I have all these other games.
we
too,
can look
but,
at that. But I mean, yeah, you have other games and Rusty Lake. It's puzzles, but like the tone and the
Mhm.
topics are so bizarre.
Mhm.
It's really not for everyone. And the room is very much puzzle boxes.
Yeah,
It's
I
very
like Puzzle Ball.
object-oriented puzzles of like physically in a room, but it's less gross 3D of like spinning around and stuff. It just like
Yeah.
goes from location to
'Cause-
location like
yeah, yeah,
Myst.
Mhm.
And you've played H&A Puzzle in Disguise?
Yeah. that's
Okay.
fun.
I still have to play that one. But you haven't played Puzzle Agent. You don't have Puzzle Agent yet.
No, I don't think I have that one. Puzzle Agent. No. Oh, it's on my wish list. What did I put it on my list last week? I think I
Probably.
did.
'Cause we did this last week, talking
Yes,
about
yeah.
talking about puzzle games to do once the 2-player ones are done. Because Puzzle Agent 2, I haven't played Puzzle Agent 2 yet.
Yeah.
But it's a story. I think you'd enjoy playing Puzzle Agent 1 first.
Oh, Quadrain said, my wife says she thinks there might be jump scares in the later room games, but not the first. It gets more creepy as the series goes on. Oh, okay.
I don't remember. I'm less impacted by them, so I don't have as much memory of the jump scares.
So, I wonder, is that entertaining for you all to watch on
To
stream?
watch Ambi
To watch me freak
have a
out
bad
from...
time. Just be
I
like,
mean, it
oh my
wasn't
god.
a terrible time. It's just...
But it's not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not as bad as like a scary movie. For
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna have nightmares from this.
Hmm.
Like I would from a movie.
Yeah. But
But,
you're
like,
you're
it's
aiming for
more
relaxing.
kind of funny because yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not relaxing for me, but like, and then after the jump scare, it's kind of funny, but
Right. Yeah, I mean, you got to judge your own safety, your own like physiological reactions to these things and see if it's like, is this a good thing? Am I having fun? Do I want this? Quadrain said Escape Simulator's on sale on Steam at the moment. I don't know if there's paid DLC for that, but if there is, they may also be on sale. I don't think there is. I think they're
I don't
relying
think there's paid DLC.
I think they're relying on the free community rooms. And unfortunately, the free community rooms are overwhelmingly enormous and like designed for lots of running around. And I tried them many times and we had fun, but then it got more and more apparent that I can't handle them. Ambi can, but
They, when I first got Escape Simulator, there were only 15 community rooms, and then like the next week they released 5 more. So,
hmm
and then they had like a special holiday one. So I don't know if they like still released new
oh,
rooms.
I'm sure there's people
And that was
making
just
new
free,
ones.
so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean
They have just
there's
free
still
DLC.
people making them because they're
Yeah.
still tweeting it and it's still like talked about on
So yeah,
podcasts.
I don't know if they're gonna have more official rooms.
That's a good question. I kind of feel like they're not, but I don't know. Because they don't have to. Like
Yeah.
they've
I mean, but they didn't have
successfully.
to at the first time either.
Oh, you mean they did
added five
make their
more.
own new extra rooms? I see.
Yeah, they had like 15, and then they added 5 more.
Oh,
But
I
I don't know if
understand.
they were already planning on doing that or. And then they had like a special holiday one that they added. That was also like also an official one.
Okay, let's see
Mm.
other updates. Maybe I should put my Steam back on screen. Steam.
Yeah. Major update. 1 million players reached. Oh yeah, I should try. Let's see. I should get my Steam.
Steam
on.
EXE.
Steam
That's
on
what
screen.
I'm trying to do.
Okay.
That's it. That's the Steam. It works.
Okay.
Oh, dance
Here we go.
time. And I'm still
Let's see my
streaming.
Steam.
It's a miracle. Streaming for 15
1 million
minutes
players
straight.
reached. Oh, you'll be able to play through a new official room on May 2nd. They made a
cool.
new official room.
That's cool.
Cats in Time. Time Machine.
Cats in Time. Oh.
Oh,
To
it's 30
celebrate
minutes
this milestone, both Cats in Time and Escape Simulator are both 20% off on Steam. They use the word both times. Don't miss out on these discounts. What's Cats in Time? A relaxing puzzle game
Puzzle game.
in which you explore 3D dioramas, solve puzzles, and save cats lost in time.
They're cute.
It's nice. It's
So I guess the
$4 instead of
room is
$3.
themed around that.
Maybe.
Ooh, Escape Simulator now features in-game voice chat. Not that we care about that, but
Yeah.
So yeah, they just had an update like today, I guess. That was today.
So that's probably like one
Oh, there's
15-minute room.
winners of build a room. It said 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah,
That's not
so
bad.
that's longer than their other one.
So their new room is themed around that other game that they're cross-promoting with? Is that what it is? In the new Cats in
Yeah.
Time room,
Yeah, that's
you'll need to figure out how to repair Professor Tim Edger's time machine. However, this task won't be easy and you might just run into some strange issues while trying to fix the device. The clock's ticking. Will you be able to finish your task within 30 minutes? To celebrate this milestone, both Cats in Time and Escape Simulator are 20% off on Steam.
I'm just gonna like open it up really quick and see
Yeah.
what's in there.
See
Play solo, let's
what it
see.
looks like.
Oh wait, okay, so I did all these ones.
See
So
all
under okay, yeah,
updates.
there's this Cats in Time extra. So it's a 1 extra room.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made an extra room.
Well, we could try
I need
that.
to play that at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's probably only 30 minutes ish
Yeah.
to finish it. And it's very possibly not designed to be so big. So much spinning around and running around. Maybe.
Yeah.
Honorable mentions. So what's next for Escape Simulator? Well, we've been working hard on our next upcoming room for one, and since we're feeling extra generous today, we thought now would be the right time to treat you to a little teaser. So what do you think? Can you make out what the next room is going to be? Oh, they put a blurry picture of what that room is. That's weird.
The cat one or?
I don't know. It's their update from
Oh, they have
earlier.
playtime on the. When you click on the rooms in the community room, it has playtime on there.
Of like how long it took you, or how long
Well,
it's
I don't-
supposed to take you.
Probably suggested playtime.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if that's a new update.
Could be. Very possible. Okay, let me look.
Really, that's cool.
I'm gonna look. Play.
30 minutes.
Oh no, it's updating. Okay. Time for cereal.
Oh, here's a 15-minute one. The Devilish Diorama. 2+ players. 15 minutes.
A 15-minute community room?
Yeah. Oh, if you click on playtime 15 minutes and you see a bunch of ones that are 15 minutes.
Oh, that's nice.
That's cool.
So that's in the
Wow.
game? You're browsing from inside the
It's
game?
in the community workshop.
In the workshop.
I'm browsing on Steam.
Okay, let's look at that.
In the community workshop, if you click on one of the games.
How do I get
Okay, you can
to
browse
that?
items.
Community workshop. And then I have to search for Escape Simulator.
Yeah. I got through there through clicking on the blog, I think. But
I'm just clicking
one of the most popular
workshop.
game ones in the Escape Simulator is called Devilish Diorama, and that's 15 minutes. So then I click on 15 minutes from there, and it filters. There's probably a way to filter it otherwise, but
Yes, Devilish Diorama. Oh yeah. Didn't used to say that. That playtime thing.
yeah. And now we can like filter to those tags.
Hmm.
Yeah. 15 minutes. Difficulty. Language. Number of players. 2-player. 2-player only. Nope. Nope. No, let's not do that one.
What? Gary?
It filtered down to the
The bad one.
No,
The one about the naughty stuff.
yeah.
Is that under themes? Oh, number of players.
That's
2-player
fine,
only.
that's
There are
all
only
fine.
11 rooms that are 2-player only. Most of them are not rated. And one of them is Hentai High. Yep.
But the Devilish Diorama looks like it might be good.
Yeah. Okay, is my thing updated?
Let's
See.
see. Medium.
Launching game as soon as it's ready. Ready to launch.
That's cool.
Launch. It doesn't. Okay. Oh, it's frozen. No, it's not frozen. But it's not updating. What is it doing? Come on, Steam. You can do it.
Anyway, I should probably
Get going.
get going now. Yeah.
That's fair.
So do you want to play Escape Simulator next week?
Sure. Let's give it another try. We'll try it with we'll try the Devilish Diorama and or the new cat room. Oh, you're frozen. I've lost you. Do you hear me?
Or some other puzzle game.
Oh wait,
Oh, okay, I hear you now.
you're moving
You
again.
froze for a little bit.
Yeah, you
Okay.
froze too.
Okay.
It might be because I'm updating Escape Simulator and that's like having
So
trouble.
yeah, I was saying a plan is we might play Escape. Huh?
Go ahead.
We might play Escape Simulator or The Room or some other puzzle game.
That's the plan.
Yay! So join us next week.
Or
for
more,
puzzle game.
or one of the, or two of those things.
Or two. Yes.
Thanks
I was
for
gonna
coming,
say
everybody.
Or 3, but that's probably too many.
15 minutes. I just barrel through them. No problem.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you for putting up with my stream not working very well.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going on. But I will look for patterns. See if that's happening just when we're having Discord or not.
I'm
I
gonna
need
raid
to brush my cat's teeth.
Bonzinator,
So.
I think.
Bonzinator's streaming?
Yeah, Bonzinator's
Right on.
streaming, so I'm gonna raid her.
I'm gonna...
If I can spell it right. Okay. Yay! Alright, thank you everyone for hanging out. Hope you all have a good night.
Have a good night. I'm gonna stream a little longer on my channel.
Oh, okay.
Brush my cat's teeth and see if I maybe want to do something else. Or I will just end up raiding someone.
Alright.
Thanks, Ambi. That was fun.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
thank you. All right.
See you next
Bye.
week. Bye. All right. It's just us. Oh, an escape simulator just launched. Let me see now. My stream is still working. Okay, let me go to another view, which is... Hold on, I have to figure out my views. Oh, actually, I need to brush the cat's teeth, so I'm gonna go to that view. If I can find it. I'm confusing myself. It's in here somewhere. It's called Brush Cat Teeth. Okay, I'm gonna brush cat teeth. And let me go get a cat. But first, let me put a be right back screen. Okay, we still have spooky music. And Nibbler's in his ball. He does not want to come out. So we're going to have to get him out to get his teeth brushed. And we still have spooky music. So let's find the spooky music because it's no longer strictly relevant. It's this. Goodbye, A Part in Time. That was fun. Yeah, escape simulator. Hi, Nibbler. You're warming up my lap. Okay, time to come out. He's shrinking into the ball. Shrinking deeper. Okay. It's like if I get further in the ball, then I don't have to get my teeth brushed. But that's not the case. You do have to get your teeth brushed. We're also going to clip your claws because there was some scratching going on today. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm seeing a little bit of Bonz's chat because I have Ambi's chat open and that's where it went. All right. Here's my chat. And this is Nibbler. Today, that's why I had the chat because I wanted to change the title. Set title. brushing cat teeth and hanging out, and set game just catting, just chatting, and then we're gonna brush your teeth. Yes, we're gonna brush your teeth, Nibbler. Yeah, good boy. It's okay. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Yeah. Right, toothpaste. The one with the N on it. And the right toothbrush, the one that's green. Or blue. Good boy. And maybe my stream has a higher chance of staying up when I'm not. Oh no, I'm missing a bath break. Oh no. Oh well. I also want to turn off my second holodeck background. I have a different way of doing holodeck backgrounds when I'm using Discord and showing the background to the other person on video conference in addition to my stream. If I'm doing it just by myself, then it works better to do it in OBS because then I can do more stuff with it. Okay. Good boy. Almost done with the teeth. Okay. I'm going to clean your mouth. And then I'm going to cut your claws. Then I'm going to do all the same stuff to Amethyst, and then we're going to decide what to do. On stream tonight. Maybe some coding, maybe some board game arena. See if anybody's in chat. Wants to play something. Oops. It's okay. Yes, good boy. Nibbler's very good at getting his claws clipped. Amethyst is not as good at that particular skill. Very good. I'm going to use the smaller scissors for the back. Yeah, it's okay, baby. You're doing good. You're doing great. He's like, I worked on these so hard. Why are you clipping them so short? Why are you taking away my sharpness? Been trying to get sharper and you're trying to make it duller. Yes. Yes, I am. And try to make it duller. Almost done. That one looks good. That one looks sharp. Uh-huh. Yes. And last one. All done. Thank you very much, Nibbler. Good boy. All right, let's go get Amethyst. Oh, clean off this toothpaste thing. And then go get the other cat. I will put your house back, Nibbler. It's like, why is my ball on the floor? I was trying to rest. want that. Second kitty. Okay. Just relax. Just relax while I fix my backgrounds. And turn that off. And turn off this troublesome. Whoopsie. Turn off this chroma key. There we go. And this one. Turn off this chroma key. Good. A little sparkle because it's not quite the right color at the moment. But it's all right. Where's your toothpaste? Here it is. Here it is. So if you're in chat, if you happen to be here yesterday, I was doing a bunch of coding on my crossword puzzle TwitterBot app system and had some unexpected results. But today off stream, I woke up and fixed them. So now it does what I expected it to do, to add words to a crossword puzzle. That was good. A good milestone. And I'm still working on checking that into source control and then moving on to the next phase of development for that game. Meanwhile, having like more ideas for other games. But they only get made by focusing on one until it's done. That's not true. You can work on more than one, but not too many. Gotta finish stuff. Otherwise, it's never actually a thing. Good girl, Amethyst. Good girl. Good girl. Okay, we did one side. We did the front. Do the other side. Yeah. Oh, my captions aren't working. Oh no. They're the wrong captions, aren't they? Oh. Well, that's not good. Good girl. Okay, stay still. Don't move. I have to add this browser source, which is captions. This one? Is it this one? Is that working? No. That was already there. Remove. It's a different one. Captions. Here, let's do this. Switch back to what was working before to find out what this was. It's Pixel Chat. So let's go in here and add that. Pixel Chat. Here's my Pixel Chat. We'll put this down here and get rid of this one. There. Okay. We cleaned your face. Calm down. We're not done. We gotta do your claws. Oh, I know. I know you don't like it. I know. It's gonna be okay. Oh, I know. Oh, she just let out a breath like, why do I have to put up with all this? These are kind of sharp. Oh, yeah. Shh. You're okay. It's gonna be okay. Let's get a microphone on you, because you're making all this noise. You want to talk to the people? You want to make your case? Tell them why I should let you go and not cut your claws. Tell them. They want to hear. It's an open debate of whether or not you should have your claws clipped. She says no. She's against it. Halfway done. Halfway done. You're doing great. These ones look not too bad. This one's a little long. All right, one paw left. I know. I know you hate it. I know. Yeah, I know. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. One more. All done. Good girl. Thank you. Okay. That was exciting. That was exciting. All right. Claws clipped. Teeth brushed. I need to put these toothbrushes in the kitchen, and then I'll be right back and we'll do some other stuff. Because Ambi has to go to bed. She's a mom with a more typical sleeping schedule than mine. But I don't have to go to bed. I can just stream later. It's fine. Whether or not there are currently people in chat, because, you know, there's late night people too. They could show up late, or it can just be practice for me, which is fine. Okay, let me just drop these off in the kitchen. I'll be right back. Okay, what should we do? Just want to get my phone plugged in. So I could play something or code something. It's good. There's no one active in chat, which is fine. But I still feel like doing some streaming. Oh, I just got Wii Sports. I mean, not Wii, Nintendo Switch Sports. I don't have it all hooked up to play in here tonight. Let's see, I could play some Horizon Forbidden West, or is my dance stuff not working? I don't know. Or do some more coding. It's interesting that my stream kept going down over and over again. During that stream when I had Ambi on the call, but not now. And now OBS is showing green signal. So I wonder if I need to like reduce my bitrate when I'm streaming with Ambi, because more of the bits need to go to Discord. and others to Twitch, and others to like whatever game we're playing. It's possible. It's also possible I need a bigger pipe to Comcast, or Comcast needs to like fix my account so it properly uploads, which I dread having to face, having to deal with, but maybe I will. I don't know. Let's see, what's in Steam? Or what's in Board Game Arena? Board Game Arena does not look correct. Well, maybe I should switch to the other caption system so I have less to change in OBS. Let's do that. Oh, there. It is working. Fabulous. I was a little worried it might not be working. Okay. So Pixel Chat gone. And DeWormy, thank you for the follow, DeWormy. Welcome. Let's see. I'm trying to get another chat thing working, and it's not working. Let me get it working. Why isn't it working? This one. Refresh. Okay. Is it working? Is it picking up my stuff? Is it finding the words that are coming out of my mouth? No, that's strange. Usually works. Let's put this in here. Oh, it's going to be all weird. All right, maybe this is more trouble than it's worth. Maybe I won't do it this way. Since Pixel Chat. Oh, yeah, Pixel Chat's still working. All right, so PubNub is not the answer today. We're going to keep Pixel Chat. I'm just going to add that to whatever other scene I'm going to go to. I'm thinking maybe a little Board Game Arena, but I need to fix up this scene to make sure everything's working right. This one, I think. Very possibly. Or this one. No, not this one. Well, could do. Where's that one? You can't see what I'm doing yet. I'm just messing with some OBS scene elements to get things ready to switch to a scene that is different from this one. And also using a different background for my face for no particular reason. Okay, so this one I want to get rid of. And this one put in the back. And then I wanted to fix the captions to be Pixel Chat. Where's that? Browser? Yes. There. Not quite right, but yikes. Okay, maybe that'll be okay. Let's get Board Game Arena up. I could do a little Board Game Arena. I could go for that. See if anybody wants to play, and if not, I will play with other people. Browser window. Because there's always people to play with on Board Game Arena. Yeah. I was thinking I could switch to Firefox to get sound, but sound is not of the utmost importance for Board Game Arena, generally. This, need to see what I'm doing. There. That's pretty good. Get my chat over here. OBS over here. There's my stream monitor. No more Steam. Properly quit Steam, so it doesn't suck up resources. What else is open? Stuff that I need. Okay. Here we go. Welcome to Board Game Arena. Let's play some Board Game Arena. And I'm going to change my game to board games and set title playing board games online with chat. So, what's going on in Board Game Arena? Just looking at what my friends are up to. Cool. Cool stuff. I was going through a Board Game Arena phase recently there. I was just, oh, I was like addicted. I was like obsessively constantly playing Board Game Arena. And it's been I backed off a little bit. I haven't been like spending as many hours a day as I was. But I still do play a little bit every day and sometimes more. Partly it was that I got back into coding on stream and working on something that I care about. And that made it more interesting to focus on something else. All right, so this is Similo that I'm playing with. What's Eric playing? And we got the new deck of myths, and we're trying to identify which is the correct myth. I'm trying to identify which is the correct myth based on the clues Eric's giving me. And he said it's unlike the donkey, horizontal, unlike the pig, horizontal, and somewhat like the peacock. So maybe this is the first bird he's had in his hand. And he could be talking about Eros, who has feathers and is bird-like. I would say Athena also has a bit of a peacock look to her helmet. But as far as birds and feathers go, that's about it for birds and feathers in these Greek gods. But there's also the idea of just being blue or green or ostentatious. Oh, look, there's literally, oh no, they're owls. They look like peacock feathers, but they're owls. So getting rid of things that are donkey-like, we may have already finished that. I don't know. That may have just been about Pan. And getting rid of things that are pig-like, I'm honestly not sure what that meant. I got rid of Artemis just because she's got deer, and that seemed like a donkey. And I thought Hades had a bit of a horse face. But I don't know. The pig threw me because I thought it would be about a different card that's not in play, which is Circe, who turned Odysseus's men into pigs, which we have agreed before. That's the pig card matches the Circe card pretty well for that reason. Circe card's not here, so I don't really know what he meant by pig. But I think I should be able to get rid of stuff that kind of gives me a donkey feel or a pig feel and keep things that are ostentatious or bird-like with feathers. So probably, oh, he's kind of got some feathers, doesn't he? Kinda. Let's get rid of these Poseidon and Zeus old guy cards that look a little on the pig side. And maybe a Apollo because he's got no shirt and he's very pink. Let's see if that's correct. So far, so good, but it could be luck. I think it's going to be someone bird-like. They could just be like long neck. Maybe he's just meant long neck. And it's still could be Eros, but also could be Amazon. I don't know. It's possible. And Bandito, we're in a comical situation. Oh, wow. He made it worse. To win this, we need to get these exact cards. So we have to get the U card that goes here. We have to get not the S, but the Z-shaped card that goes here. I have the S, but I don't, not the Z. And then he just put this card in here, which we're just like yelling at YOLO a lot in this game. So now this card has to be precisely the exact card that fits here, which is basically the same as like this card. A dead end that makes a right turn. Dead end, right turn. Is there another one of those cards in the deck? I don't know. Here's a dead end left turn. There's one dead end right turn. Here's another dead end left turn. So if we want a dead end right turn, it probably is still in the deck because I think there's at least 2, maybe 3 of each of those. All right. Well, I can't provide that. So let's just put something here. Oh, I got the Z. So now I'm going to be able to fill in one of these ridiculous, precious little things we have on my next turn. And if Eric happens to check this tonight, then I'll be able to do that tonight. And okay, so this is 6 Nymph that I'm playing with Eric and Game Freak Geek Girl and Panda Angel, who was in chat earlier. And I can do 33. Perfect. If Panda doesn't take the bottom one. She might take the bottom one. And then if she does, it's fine for me, because then 33 will end up on the top, because it goes to the closest one it can that it's greater than. That'll work. Oh, Eric is online. He has given me another clue. It is Beaver. I don't know if he knows I'm streaming, but he's frequently checking to see if I'm playing after midnight, because I often do. Oh, we could also do Wordle. It's Wordle time. Beaver. So I think the beaver reminds me of things like carrying a stick, or like these pencil things are about like, I don't know, writing. But I don't know if Eric thinks that way. But I guess it could be Eros because the arrow is a little like a stick. But it could also be Amazon if we're talking about sticks. I don't know. So I still like Eros a lot because he's feathers. And he's, I don't know what the pig is about, but he's got a stick, which is arrows. The Amazon definitely has a stick as well. Still not sure if Eric thinks the beaver means has a stick versus something else. But I'm going to get rid of Ares because he's not visibly holding a stick, even though there are spears in the background. Maybe I won't get rid of Ares. I'll get rid of these that don't have any beaver-like qualities. And I'm torn. I think it's Eros, but I could be wrong. I don't think she's especially peacock-like. But she does have a long neck, like the peacock. So that's tricky. Oh, it's tough. She's got these owl eyes that look like the peacock feathers. She doesn't actually have a stick in the picture. Athena. Goddess of wisdom, handicraft, and warfare. Her main symbols are owls and olive trees. These are trees. Could be Athena. That's tough. This isn't especially peacock-like. And though he does have that thing on his helmet, that's sort of peacockish. I really don't know. I'm hoping it's Eros because all of these things look like they've got something that matches. But I'll take these two that have sticks and hope that it's correct. Ooh, it is correct. I'm hoping it's arrows. It would make sense because we had a game earlier where we talked about, like, I just was putting birds. I just had all these birds, and it was arrows, but he thought it wasn't. And then at the end, I was like, well, he's got feathers, he's got wings, so I just put birds because I had them. So if he's remembering that, then if he's getting arrows, then he could be using the bird for that. Okay, Eric's online, which is exciting because now I get to play this. Boom. That feels good. Perfect fit. The only card that could go there. And then next, I would play this one that only has one exit from here, but he's going to play something else here instead. Something. Unless he's got the U already. I don't know. Okay, so that's all of my currently open games. Hi, Nibbler. It's dance time. That was my dance break for prevention of migraines. You want some cereal? Yeah. My cat's sitting on the desk in his bowl. Good boy. I don't have a cat cam right now because I've used my second webcam for my standing camera for the purposes of my scheduled dance breaks. See, he told me you could do it. Well, ooh. Ooh, yes. He did have the U. So I got the Z, he got the U. Now we just have one exit. Maybe we'll get it. Or maybe we'll just branch out into a million things and lose. And here, he said, oh, not bird-like. Wow. So this is pure luck. That I just kind of had a feeling that the stick was more of relevance, and maybe the long neck could mean Amazon. And he's saying not a raven, so I think that means not the bird. Not the bird man, yeah. It was Amazon, hurrah! Ooh! And I'm proposing a rematch because we often just play again. Oh, he already did. No, he invited me to accept. Oh, we won. We won Bandito. We just won 2 games in like 1 minute. Let's look. No, not that one. This one. Final game situation. Oh my god. That's incredible. Incredible. Totally finished, totally perfect. He had a closing tile as well as that U tile. Perfect. Amazing. Amazing, fantastic, perfect. Amazing, fantastic. Perfect. Totally unique. Gorgeous. That's a mangled quote from a celebrity. I can't remember who it was. I think it was... oh, it's Eric's turn. I think it was Lady Gaga. But I could be wrong. Okay. Let's play a real-time game. If anyone is lurking in chat and would like to play with me, feel free to say something. If you would like to lurk and not play and just watch me play, that's completely fine. I'm going to do a little space. Let's do a little King of Tokyo. Casual, goofy fun. Nibbler. Nibbler's cleaning his paws. Your fur is so long. I should get the clippers and trim your paw fur next time. Because he does let me do that. Okay. I am Anubis. We're playing ordinary 2-player, I think no extras Penguin Tokyo. That's cool. We can focus on power-up cards or lack thereof, which you don't really do as much when you're playing with most of the expansions, because the expansions kind of distract you from wanting to do those things. You end up doing a lot of other things instead. I like the expansions, but they are a bit much. Good boy, Nibbler. Yeah. Nibbler's grooming in his bowl. It's his plushy fur. Getting it all clean. Yeah. Good boy. Wow. Oh my god. My opponent just got so much energy. They're getting extra head at the beginning of the game on their first turn. Or second turn. That's not good. Hearts. I don't need hearts. Maybe I should pummel them to death, so that I can win. Or I could take these 2s and get more 2s and get lots of points real fast, so that it won't matter that they have the extra head. It'll matter, but maybe I'll get lucky. Oh no, I'm getting pummeled. Three damage. I can take it. I can take 3. Nope, I need points. Nope, points. I should probably take the hearts. I took the points. Or rather, I tried to get the points. I failed. No points for me. Don't want to get rid of those cards. They're okay. Oh yeah, it doesn't want me... BGA doesn't encourage me to look at my my other games while I'm playing a real-time game. It doesn't want me distracted. But I also think that there aren't any where it's my turn. I thought maybe Eric was still clicking buttons, but he's probably not. Okay, I have 4 hearts left. I am going to get some hearts. All the hearts. Because lots of points is meaningless if you're dead. But I don't have much of a lead. It's 5 stars to 3 stars. I'm getting pummeled again. Because I think CWF's strategy is, with the extra head, not to get points, but to bash me up. And I'm bashed. I do need hearts again. Hey, I got points instead. That's good. That's what I really wanted. And I did my best. I tried as hard as I could to get as many hearts as I could. I just didn't. And that's okay. Probably. And they're in Tokyo. So if I were hitting them more, they'd have to leave Tokyo and stop getting stars. They can't heal. I have to heal because they keep hitting me so much. So it's hard to hit them back when I'm about to lose by getting killed. No, I need hearts. It's the truth. I just do. But I'll do a punch. Some hearts, some punches. Yeah, I'll take that. That's good. What's this Libra Herbivore? Gain an extra star when beginning your turn in Tokyo if you're in Tokyo and you roll at least one punch. Add a punch to your roll. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they're healing, punching, and getting points. They should just keep that roll. It's a good roll. Oh, they want more hearts. Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, I could conceivably destroy them in one turn if I got lucky. Anubis destroy King Kong. Nobody want to be on camera again? Should I get another camera or set up a phone pointing at you to be a camera? I could do that. That would be good practice for me having phones as cameras for when I want to do table board games. It's a good idea. I could set that up. I have another arm over here somewhere for a phone camera attachment. 3. Oh, I'm in Tokyo. Oh no. Why am I down to 3 but I'm in Tokyo? I don't know. That's bad. Do any of these cards help me? Can they get me some hearts? No. Oh dear. So hearts won't help me. I need punches. I need to just punch this fucker to death. And I'm not getting them. Should I buy something? Rooting for the underdog. At the end of your turn, if you have the fewest stars, gain 1 star. No. We're down to 3 hearts and 2 hearts. This is not a game about stars anymore. It's just not. Oh, I'm dead. GG. Okay, that was fun. Let's play something else. Starflux? Oh, what's Eric playing is now online. I think he's going to do his turns. Starflux. Let's play Starflux. Some people don't like Starflux, but I really like it. Some people think it's completely random chaos. And I'm like, no, not if you played it a lot. There's actually quite a lot you can do to try to make your situation pretty good. Some of it's random chaos, but there's a lot of common patterns of what happens in this game. I don't want to sneeze. It'll scare the cat. Excuse me. All right, so Starflux says it's 1 minute estimate to get someone online to play it. We'll see if that's true. Or I'll just hit the buttons for a bunch of other games. Like Space Base. Martian Dice. Chakra. Space Base it is. Confirm. Auto choose the best things when it's obvious. I make it bigger. Okay, I like it to be all in one row, but as big as it can be in one row while still fitting on the screen and on the stream. I want this. Things in the 12 column are not as interesting to me. They don't happen very often. Okay, more of the 8. Got some points on the opponent's turn. Eventually. Well, I could save the money and get something better, or I could just... I can accept that. It's okay. Definitely. Definitely want the planet. Planet increases income. Coins buy you cards. Planets are change your starting income when you have spent your money. And rocket ships are victory points. Red stuff on top is what happens when your opponent rolls a number. Blue stuff in the middle is what happens when you roll a number. And for any dice roll, you can take the two dice as separate numbers, or you can add them together to make, well, one higher number. And if a lot of planets come out in the first part of the game, especially for lower numbers, I like to try to grab them. But I sometimes get a little caught up with that instead of what I should be doing, which is getting things that are going to get me points. Ship points. All right. Good dance break. Do I want to spend the 2 on this card to get a bunch of money when 12 gets rolled? I don't know. It's not that great, but I'll get it. I could have just saved the money and saved up for something better, but there isn't like a thing that I'm like really eager to get. I guess I should be getting this one for 5 for Sector 10. Oh, that's pretty good. Anything low is good. Anything low is good because it happens all the time. Because those dice, this 1 through 6 happens frequently. Every die roll is a 1 through 6. So if you can fill up the bottom stuff with numbers, then you're always getting some money on each roll. Some decent money on other people's turns. Another 12 sector. Not that into the 12 sector. Oh. Oh. You sad there's no camera on you, Nibbler? I could set that up now. I could do whatever I want. I want this one. Yeah, it does seem like my stream is more stable when I'm not using Discord, but that's not all the time. That's sometimes. But I may have to have words with Comcast. I may also have to reduce my streaming bitrate and or my Discord streaming bitrate to try to make that less of a problem. I'm not doing great. My opponent, Utopia, has 5.3 income. I have 1.2 income. The points aren't that big a deal, but they might be getting, yeah, they're getting some points. They're getting more points more frequently. Oh, and they're getting income like very frequently because they got an excellent card, which is on my turn, every time I roll a 1, their income goes up. So I'm really not doing great. And there's no cards like that for sale that I can see that I can get. Oh, well, I can increase my income, so I will. Which gives me 7 coins, and I can buy that trash, or I can buy this. Which means I will no longer have access to income producing blue section, which is not great. Sector 12 just doesn't happen very often. 3 is good. So then I'll at least get coins on each of the dice rolls of the opponent. But there's only one opponent, and it's a different game with one opponent versus many. because the red stuff's not as important now. It's important because you can build up a lot of it eventually, but you might lose by the time you've gotten anywhere with that process. Not doing great. Not doing great. And this person has a fairly high elo. So do I, but theirs is higher. This is a knowledgeable player with good experience in the game. 2 and 4 get me 4 more coins, or 6 will get me a point. 4 more coins means I'll have 13, and I could buy something down here. I think I should do that. So we're kind of at the early stage, and I need some better stuff. Like this. So at least when I roll a 3, I'll get 4 coins. It's something. There, I rolled a 3. I'll get the 4 coins, and I'll take something that makes points, like that. One, 4, or 5. Well, 5 is trash. It's only 1. 4 is better, so we'll do the 4. And the extra thing, the cube, that can let me increase something later on. Ah, here's some income. Yes, I'll take it. Which means I should also place another 10. There is no 10. There's no sector 10, except down here. So it's sector 10 for 13. Buy a card and place it in any sector 7 through 12. Okay. Hard to get. Hard to get because I don't have enough income for that. So I'm going to get this. It's not looking good. It's really not. Ooh, I want this and this for some income. That's better. That worked out. So Sector 11 is some income, but Sector 11 doesn't happen a ton. Sector 7, gain 2 coins and 1 cube. Spend 3 cubes to swap all your 4 and 9 cards. 4 and 9. Well, that would be good. Could do that. If 7's going to happen enough to make it worthwhile, I don't know. If I'm going to roll 7 enough to fill this up with cubes and swap these, I don't know. 2 and 5. Why is this not choosing for me? Oh, because I could increase it to 8 to get a point. I will do so. I need points badly. I need points badly. 1, 5, 6. I need points. It's time to get points. Oh boy, is it ever. You betcha. Well, these all suck. The sectors are too high, 11s and 12s. Or the rewards are mediocre. But I do need something to go in 10. And I don't see anything to go in 10. What about 8? Or 9? Is there anything for 8 or 9? No. Okay. And I have 10 coins. Do I spend them on something I'm not in love with? Or do I keep them because I'm trying to get something else? Oh, I want this, so I'll just skip by. And hope that my opponent doesn't buy the card I want. Which they might. If they get enough coins. Steam says, on sale from your wish list, Cats in Time. That's the game we were just looking at. Maybe I should buy Cats in Time. Maybe I should look at some gameplay footage to see if I want it. I rolled an 11, but actually I might want points instead. Yeah, because they've got 15 points. We're getting towards the end of the game. I need points fast. Yet, I'm still going to take this and get, what do you call it? Income. Hope I don't regret it. Spend a cube to buy up to 1 card, gain 2. Oh, and gain 2. Buy a card. Spend a cube to buy up to 1 card, gain 2 rockets. Is there a 10 available? No. Is there a 6 available? I need a 6 to push this rocket up. Preferably a 6 that gives me more rockets. Here's one. I want that card. To get it, I need 14 coins. I have 11. I need 3 more. It's likely, not guaranteed. Maybe it's guaranteed. No, it's not. It's almost guaranteed. There we go. Oh, but I have to decide, do I want that more than I want 2 points now? Yeah. I do. I need it. Because it's going to get me more points. Select this to activate. I'll skip. Oh, I shouldn't have skipped, but I skipped. Spend this to buy up to 1 card and gain 2 points. I probably shouldn't have done that, but I did it. I'm very much losing. 4 and 6 gives me 3 points and some coins, or 3 income. I need a lot of points fast, but I also need a lot of money fast in order to buy points fast. I need a lot of things fast. I need everything fast, 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 fast. That's not a bad card. I'll take it. Okay, let's do that. I can't buy any cards because I don't have any money, but I got the points. And I needed to do that because if the opponent rolls a 7 again, I want to put the cube there, and then I want to spend it as soon as I can to get the points. That's what's good about this little card piece. An income. Game's about to end. I don't know. I'm losing drastically. Hey, look, I bought some points. Meanwhile, the opponent has 31. They need 40 to win. They're about to get them. 1 and 5. Goody. Oh, I'm losing so bad. So bad. So bad. 1 and 1. Whatever. No, I've already lost. It's over. It's super duper over. I'll get this 6er. And they'll win in 1 turn. Almost certainly. I got 18. It's not totally embarrassing. Yes. GG. Okay, lost 2 games in a row. Fabulous. Oh, Game Freak Geek Girl is online. Okay. Back to playing stuff with Eric. I'll put this over here. We got a double tunnel. Put a double tunnel on there. Oh, I'm cluing. Oopsie. Trying to clue for Poseidon. So if there were a fish, I would do a fish, but tortoise is a little bit aquatic. The skunk kind of has that white hair thing going on. Or I could rule out something. I could say, let's see, sheep. What? Mammal, herbivore. It is closely related to the goat. It descends from the wild mouflon. I've never heard of a mouflon. I assume that's where mutton comes from, but I never heard of the word mouflon ever. That's very weird. And then there's this dog. Mammal, carnivore. It was the first animal to be domesticated. It descends from the wolf. There's no one especially dog-like. Okay, so Pan has animal characteristics, but his animal characteristics are about his goat-likeness and his horns. So maybe the sheep is a bit like him. But also, Poseidon here has a lot of white, furry beard stuff. So maybe we should keep that for later for him. I'm just going to say similar to the tortoise because they're somewhat water related. And what's great about playing with Eric, playing 2 games at once, is that by the time I finish one move, I've done the move in the other game. Someone suggested yesterday putting something on screen during a dance break to label it, to say what's happening for people just coming in, wondering why is there music playing? Why am I dancing? What am I celebrating? What has happened? What is the significance? Which is a good idea. I had thought of putting something in chat, but I didn't want it to be the bot repeatedly saying things in chat and the chat sticking around when chat is quiet like it is tonight. But putting something on screen is a good idea. What should it be? I don't know. I have to make something. Make something or get something. What to play? That was you, Orias. That does sound like a good idea. Hello, Orias. Khan. Hello. Welcome. Orias is the one who was suggesting that. It's a very good suggestion because my thought of putting it in chat was problematic. It doesn't make sense. But putting it on screen, it goes away. So it's a good idea. But what should it look like? You were saying put it around the camera, which is possible. I don't know. Or it can just be a thing that pops up somewhere, like an alert. Just shows up somewhere on the screen and says it's time for a dance break so I don't get a migraine. How are you, Arias? How's your night going? I was just playing an escape room type puzzle game with Ambirona, and then she had to go to bed, but I didn't want to stop streaming yet, so I brushed my cat's teeth and then clipped their claws, and they haven't had dinner yet, but they can eat in a little while. And then I decided to play some stuff on Board Game Arena and just hang out. Something bigger over the rest of the screen works fine too, maybe better. Was just considering the context of you switching cameras within that little frame. Yes, that your eye may be drawn to that. But also, like, if you hear the music and you're just wondering, what does this signify? You know, like an alert of some kind somewhere. Also would explain it. Yeah, with your hotkey program. Yeah, exactly. Making it show up is probably the easy part, maybe. Let's see, the question of designing it and making it look like something. I think I do have some like animations of cartoon characters dancing that I haven't installed all of them into Stream Elements for my alerts yet. So I could pick one of those and add some text to it explaining that this is a dance break so I don't get a migraine. Maybe just use that as like a fourth type of alert, because I got a bunch of different alerts. It's a good idea. I like it. I'm going to write it down and forget about it. But I'm writing it down, which helps me remember maybe. So add alert, visual alert visual for dance breaks with cartoon, dancing, and text. That would make sense. What's going on, Arias? How are you? What you been up to today? I was thinking of conceivably doing some more coding tonight, um, if I still want to do some stuff, but I get tired of playing board games. I don't know. I know I've seen people hit something to switch to a sudden whatever dance party screen overlay before. Can't remember what exactly it looked like at the moment though. Yeah, it's a twitchy kind of deal, doing something slightly chaotic but obviously planned. And mine is just something that happens constantly every 15 minutes because that's the way it needs to be. It's the way it works best. Can I do another one of these? Yes. Flip this, score this. Do you like board games, Arias? Because I am open to playing some board games on this free board game website here if you have any interest in learning one or playing one. If not, I am just playing with other friends who I regularly play with and strangers who are queued up to play the games that I'm choosing to play. But I'm also delighted to play with anyone in chat who's interested. There are lots of options, and I can easily teach many of them, or select one that you already know. And many of them are extraordinarily simple, like this one. This one's quite simple once you know the rules. There's not a lot to it. It's just a nice, relaxing puzzle game. Okay, let's see. Can I make another one? Yes, I can. I can move this over here and flip this one to make this one. Fantastic. And then I could do this one. I'm planning ahead of time, which you shouldn't do in this game, but there's only one other opponent. So it will be my turn pretty soon, and they might not mess up the board too much from my plans. I could do that one by moving this over here and flipping it. Oh, they made it even easier. So now I definitely could do that one. I could do it in 1. I could do it in 0. It's done. That's what I'll do. And then I can do this other one. This double white. Score that. I'm not going to get this down because that's 1, 2, 3, 4 movements. So let's get rid of that to flip this one to score that one. This one I cannot do, so I'll discard it to do some chaos so I get more cards. More cards that might be fortunate ones, which they're not. But I could do this one down here by flipping the orange to red and moving this light blue down here. This one I cannot do. Things are too far. This one I could do by swapping the orange and green and flipping the orange to red. Can't do this one. Wait, yes I could. Oh, now I definitely could. Oh, interesting. I can't do the big 5 thing, but I can do this one. So do that and that to get this one ready. A white in the upper left and upper right and lower left corners. And get rid of the last one for chaos. Extra chaos points. Oh, Nibbler burped and woke up. Hi, Nibbler. Hey, baby. He's so sleepy. That's good. I'm glad you're hanging out with me and you're not, like, lonely and sad. Last night I was streaming and he's crying at the door. Thought this was a Star Trek game at first. Well, I do have the Star Trek thing around me here, but this is just a board game on BoardGameArena.com called Shifting Stones. That is quite simple to learn, even if it looks like, oh, this is complicated. No, it's not. It's simple. once you know it. Once you have a rules explainer. Yeah, I see. It's just a border overlay now. Exactly. Oh, that's right. You didn't see that because the first time that we met, I think, was yesterday. Gonna make some food, be back in a bit. Cool, right on. I need to get some food myself. I brought some cheese and crackers in here. I didn't have this overlay on yesterday. Cheese time, Nibbler. I've been reminded by chat that I need to eat. It's okay, Nibbler. It's okay. Relax. Big scared cat. Alright, I can get this 2-pointer and maybe that one? No, I can only get one of them. Alright, I'll get the 2-pointer because I still have the most ones. So I'm still in the lead by a little bit. Score that. Can I get another one? Yes. Discard this to flip this to score this. Which gives me a solid lead. This might be the first game I win tonight. I lost King of Tokyo, and I lost Space Base. Dramatically. This one I seem to be doing better. As predicted by my ELO versus my opponent's ELO. What I should do is, if I wanted to get more people in my stream, set up my bot, play a Star Trek game, set up my bot to have my Star Trek accounts retweet it, and or do some coding and set up my my art and game bots to retweet those, because it's about making more art and game bots. But I haven't. I'm just streaming for the hell of it. For practice and fun. This is the last round. I won! GG. 17-13. Hurrah! Nibbler, I won. My cat Nibbler's on my desk. And now, it's my turn in these games I'm playing with Eric. Okay, so I said, it is like a tortoise, so he got rid of Hermes, which is a bird-like man. Reasonable. Poseidon has water, a trident, beard, white hair. There's nothing. The sheep kind of has the white hair, but the sheep could mean a lot of things. The sheep could also mean that it's like a goat, like Pan. I don't want that. Oh, here's a bird man. Icarus has wings. We can get rid of. We can say it's not like wings. We can say. Who's this? Achilles. The greatest of all Greek warriors. He was invulnerable except for one of his heels. He looks really alarmed. Let's say it's not like a peacock, because he doesn't have a long skinny neck. He doesn't have feathers or bird-like qualities. And he doesn't have all these eyes like this dude over here, Argus with the many eyes. Many-eyed giant. Guardian of the nymph Io. So I'm going to say different from peacock in lots of different ways. I think, however Eric interprets that I'm saying it's like, either it doesn't have the big eyes, doesn't have the bird-like feather wing quality, or it doesn't have the long skinny neck. Those are all correct. Whatever he gets rid of based on those characteristics, it's all good. And what I'm hoping is I can get rid of some cards that are kind of not that relevant and get into something that's more fishy and aquatic to signal Poseidon. But we'll see what's left. It depends what's still in play after each turn for Similo. I'm bouncing between board games because it's my turn in different games. If I had the right card, we could win this super fast, but I don't. So this one has 3 exits. This has 3 exits. This has 4. So I'll do one of the ones that has 3. And what to play? Sushi Go. 2 birds. Dance time. Excellent. Let's do Can't Stop. There's hundreds of games on the site. These are just the ones that I play the most often. Or rather, that I played the most recently. The ones I'm into this month. It varies. Oh, Can't Stop with 3 people. That's tough. I'm bad at Can't Stop, but it's so silly that I don't care that much when they lose. But I'm going to stop early because it's easy to want to go a little further and just be like, get nothing. It's all about pressing your luck. Like that. Like what just happened to the red player. Oh. I think the blue player is distracted. Let's see if anything else is happening. Not yet. The other games where it could be my turn are not currently my turn. I don't have enough turn-based games going right now. Sometimes I have like 12 or 20. But I've been kind of turning my attention away from Board Game Arena a little bit. Well, if this clock goes down to 0, I'm not going to punish the player because I don't prefer to do that. But I will propose abandoning the game just to switch to a different real-time game. Because I'm fine with them being busy or called away. I just don't really want to sit around and wait. I'm going to do it now. Propose to abandon the game. If their time runs out, then that will be that. If the other player also says yes, let's abandon. Amethyst, you hungry? Want me to make your food? And the red player is like going online and offline. The blue player is now offline, so they're probably not going to play. Okay. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Oh, we could play Wordle. Let's do Wordle. Oh, it doesn't work in Firefox because I turned off cookies, unless I turn cookies back on for New York Times. Well, this will be done in 60 seconds. Let's see if I remember how to switch the cookies. Passwords, downloads, settings. Cookies. Privacy. Okay. I don't need to read New York Times articles. I'll just play Wordle without having to switch my OBS to a different browser. Okay, so in 16 seconds, this player will time out, and the two of us who agreed to abandon the game will be free to play something else, somewhere else, with someone who is actually playing. There we go. Let's try that again. Show advanced options. Opponent's reputation. Restrictive, very restrictive. Only players with a high reputation. Play now. Just because if somebody's having a lot of game abandonments like that, then the reputation be not very high. Most players have like a very high reputation and are very responsive to playing. But occasionally you do play with someone who's just constantly distracted, which I've been distracted, and I've lost reputation points and had to play a bunch to get them back. But if it happens a lot and they have less than 75 right now, that's not great. Waiting for ZS Torius. All right, they clicked it. They're awake. Maybe we can actually play a game. This is also the one game on Board Game Arena that has an AI. You can just play against the computer. That's cool. That's another thing I could do is pull up some Steam board games that I've been meaning to play on stream. Even for smaller audiences, it does not matter. A little more. Yeah, a little more. Okay, stop. That's pretty good. It's a good start. And is Pixel Chat still working? It is. Fantastic. But maybe while I'm waiting for my turn, I could fix Pixel Chat to make sure that it's not as wide. Maybe I should make a new one. I don't want to mess up the one that's used on the wide screen. But I don't want it to cut off like that, what it just did there. Okay, so that is Pixel Chat. Rename Pixel Chat wide. My turn. This is where I get overconfident. When I have the middle three, 6, 7, 8, I feel like, oh, you're almost always going to roll those. No, you're not. You can. If you're feeling chaotic, you can just push, push, push all the way to the top. But you might get lucky every now and then. But most of the time, that's going to lose you the game. Because you're just going to lose everything. Pixel Chat properties. New browser. Pixel chat narrow. And are both of them gonna pick it up? Yes, they are. Okay, so let's just doing off screen OBS work. 100 by 750 will make this height 100 by 300. My turn. 9 and 12. Okay. 7. A little more. No, nothing. Lost it. Too bad. My mistake. That's not quite what I want. 500. Trying to get my captions to look a little better without being cut off. 450. Okay, so that's that. Hide that. There. Now they're actually sized correctly, so they won't get cut off. And then I can take the wide one and remove it from this scene. Great. Oh no. While I wasn't looking, red has gotten a gigantic lead. 7 and 8. We're gonna push. We're gonna push. That's the problem. Once you start getting further back, further behind, you start getting desperate to catch up. So then you push your luck harder, and you're more likely to fail and lose everything and make it even harder to catch up. Oh no. Oh, drat. And darn. And fuck a duck. Hey, Delaney, how you doing? How are ya? How's your night? Oh, I'm sorry. Nibbler woke up from his bowl when I said that. He's trying to take a nap. I'm glad he's in his bowl, because last night he was so sad I was streaming. He was just whining at the door like, please come out and play with me. You've been talking to the computer for so long. So I did. I stopped streaming because I was like, I better go play with him. But now he's sleeping on the table. Waking up Kitty's tragic. Yeah, I mean, he should probably wake up anyway because I think he's going to have some dinner pretty soon. I'm trying to catch up to this player with the red tokens. The blue person's also doing quite well. I need to get something to the top here. Oh, 3 or 6 or 5. Let's do 6. And we're going to have to push a little bit and really hope it doesn't get tragic in here. Stop. Delaney said I'm okay, just some late night chilling, trying to decide if I'm going to be good and go to bed now or not. Hope your day has been fine. It has been fine, thank you. Well, I will not try to influence your decision. Do whatever you feel like is the right thing to do. I appreciate your company, and I also appreciate your health if you feel ready to accept the responsibility of going to bed. I feel that same challenge every night. Pressure to go to bed, to have tomorrow be better, but just don't feel like it yet. It just seems like it's too early. Five. I have nothing on 5. 5 is about to be taken. There's not much I can do about it. 4 and 3 or 5. 4 is about to be taken. Maybe I'll get 3. I don't know. This is bad. It's real bad. Thumbs up. Thought either way I'd see who was up on here. So, woo! Spent a significant amount of the day under a dozing kitty. So you know how it is. Yeah, I do. Nibbler, it's time for wet food. You're being called from the other room. Time to wake up and go have dinner, honey. Go have dinner. Oh, he's so sleepy. He's so sleepy. What a good boy. Yeah, I know you're sleepy. Time to go eat, honey. Time to go eat. Go have dinner. You can come back after dinner. Oh, yes. Yes. He looked at me like, oh, what? What are you doing? Time to have dinner, honey. Time to go have wet food. Wet food. Oh, he's purring. Good boy. Yes, I'm very annoying. Yes, I know. You don't like that. You don't want so much petting. I know. Go have dinner. Clear the desk a little bit. Go have dinner, okay? Yes, it's very disturbed. All this stuff is moving around, trying to make it easier for you to walk away. There you go. There you go, baby. Go have dinner. And I'm gonna dance. The lure of the nap bowl is strong. Yeah, you've seen the nap bowl. You know what I'm talking about. I had to sacrifice my cat camera for this camera. This is the cat camera, but now it's up high for my health instead of for the cat display. But I can and probably should set up another camera so I can have Nibbler when he's here be on stream. Yeah? Yeah? Waking up? You starting to wake up, Nibbler? Oops. I must stop or continue. Continue. I'm the one not paying enough attention to the game now. 4 again. I'm losing. Yeah, I'm losing. I'm not just losing, I'm going to lose. It's almost inevitable at this point. Once you're behind in this game, you're probably not catching up. And I don't have very many green tokens in good positions. Okay, so blue just got a second column and is pushing for a third column very soon. And I'm getting this garbage. This is what I need. 7, 8. 8. 4. I gotta push. I'm about to lose anyway. 4 or 7, 7. Let's do 7, 7 because I need to get a column. 8, 7 and stop. I got a column. I have a point. I could possibly win. Very unlikely, but it's no longer impossible looking. Oh no. Oh no. That was horrifying. Nibbler, go have dinner, baby. Go have dinner. You gotta go have dinner. Come on, baby. Yes. Let me annoy you until you eat. I will annoy you and scratch you and pet you. You can't sleep until you go eat. He's like, yeah, but I kind of like it. Welp. Here is the link to the website, Board Game Arena. If anyone in chat is interested in playing, type a 1. You don't have to talk a whole lot if you don't want to, and I will gladly choose a game. I will gladly teach a game. Trying to get him up, but he's very sleepy. Time to get up, man. Time to get up. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Time to eat. Hey, hey, whatever soul raise. How are you? Do you want to play a game? I'm just picking games to play on Board Game Arena, just chilling, chatting. How's your day going? Whatever. And are you interested in playing anything on Board Game Arena? I'm happy to teach games, start games, whatever. I'm just playing with strangers for now. Let's do Azul. Play a quick Azul with somebody. Appreciate it, but I'm gonna sleep. Z, you all take care. Best you can, at least. Thank you, Delaney. Have a good sleep. Thanks for coming. Say hi. Nice to see you. Go close your eyes. Sleep will come. MD666. Oh, I see a cat is eating, so I won't yell too much. Plus, it's after midnight, so it's after 11, so shouldn't be yelling too much anyway. What's that? Go Stoopy Go. Thank you for the follow, Go Stoopy Go. Welcome. Just hanging out, playing some board games online. Not going to stay for a game, but wanted to catch what you're up to. I briefly saw your earlier stream about coding a crossword puzzle. Yeah, I did that. I was doing that yesterday, and I was thinking maybe going back to that tonight. I'm not sure yet. But I decided to do something different and just do a little chill board gaming for now. Busy day, but other than that, all good. How about yourself? Thank you. Well, I'm glad your day was good, if busy. I have what have I done today? Well, I fixed a bug that like 2 bugs in the code that I wrote yesterday. So I now have a section of the crossword bot code finally working correctly, because it was just like, instead of playing a board game or solving a puzzle game or something in the morning, I was like, you know what would be a fun puzzle is debugging that bit of code to make it work for the crossword puzzle generator. And it was doing things that were baffling to me until I changed a few things and fiddled around and debugged and found out what mistakes I had made to do, why it was doing something bizarre. And it turned out, like all things, to be just because that's what I told it to do. And then I fed the cats and took a shower, and I streamed with my friend Ambi a 2-player asymmetric puzzle game, escape room style, clockworker fortune teller fantasy game. That was fun. And we sort of worked on picking what we're going to play next week, though we didn't actually decide. And then she had to go to bed, and I brushed my cat's teeth on stream, cut their claws, and oh my god, that's so cute. So Nibbler I picked him up, put him on the floor, he ate his food, he did a really good job eating it, and then he just jumped right back on the desk to go groom. That's so cute. Let's see, what should I do? I want this. Good boy, Nibbler. That's so funny. I didn't think he would come back on the table after dinner, but he did. He used to, Nibbler, my cat, used to get into this pattern when I was streaming more often, that he likes sitting with me while I'm talking and while I'm working. That's why there's a big cat bowl on the desk. But Nibbler, your cat bowl is a little bit off the edge. I don't like that. That's better. That's better. All good. And he used to spend a lot of time on the desk when I was streaming, which is why I set up a cat camera in the first place. Because Amethyst very rarely sits on the desk because it's Nibbler's territory. But Nibbler used to do it all the time, and he didn't yesterday. He hasn't most of my recent streams. But I think he's noticing that I'm streaming more again, and he's like, oh yeah, it's nice to sit on the desk while Joe streams. While he talks to the computer. Oopsie, I don't want that. I want... maybe I want that. Or do I want this? This will get me 2 points and lose me 1 point. It's fine. It'll set me up for later. That's incorrect, Janet. But thanks for trying. Let's turn that timer off because it's wrong. Timer about... what did it say? Something about coding. Oh, that was I think that was the what is this? The what's this? Okay. What do I do with this? Apparently I do this. It's a point. It's probably not going to help me much for a while, but it's not a bad thing. Yeah, I need to finish checking in that code to source control and uploading it, partly so I don't lose it, and partly so I can move on to the next set of changes, the next part of that program to get the crossword generator working. What is the next part of that program? I think it's going to be loading a dictionary that I have clues for the words, and then trying to use that dictionary to generate easier dictionary files to pull from, and then start generating crossword puzzles incrementally, or what's the word? Recursively, adding words to crossword puzzles until you can't, and then going back and trying something else that does work. That's the next part of the program, I think. I don't know. This isn't a coding stream. I'm just thinking about it because that's what I was doing this morning and yesterday. It could become a coding stream if I switch to coding, which I'm thinking about. As you can tell, it's on my mind. Yeah, this good. Okay. Hey, look, 14 to 13. I'm slightly in the lead. Am I going to keep that lead? No. Maybe. Okay, 23 points. I got another 4, another 3, another 5. And we each have 1 column, so I'm still 3 points ahead. That's good. What do I want here? I think I want this. I'll work on this left column, which means I really need this blue one. And then I can't get this yellow filled, possibly for a while, but I can get this. Oh, good. I was thinking that I was going to be stuck with these red ones, and it would suck. Okay, do I want the white or the yellow? The white is better for getting more points in the next round. Thank you for feeding them. How did you find those edge cases thinking while not coding? That's how you find those edge cases. Yeah. And then there's like while you are coding, it still doesn't make any sense. It's just doing something that's like, how is it doing that? Do I want it to do that? I don't remember telling it to do that. Why is that happening? And then you just change a bunch of stuff to figure out what's happening while you debug. That was my morning. That's what I did over breakfast. Debugging code for fun. It is fun when you do it for your own amusement, and when it's a project that no one's like pestering you about, you just want to do it. And if you think about it like it's a video game, I tend to think of like coding outside of like toxic work environments. Coding feels to me a lot like certain kinds of puzzle video games, just solving interesting puzzles and then seeing cool things happen. It's also, creation, so it's that satisfying artistic experience of like, I had this idea and look, I actually made it. That's so neat. And then there's, most of society is like, wow, you're a wizard. That's incredible. But the experience of making it, like while you're doing it, it's bearable because it feels like it doesn't feel like you're like pulling teeth if it's, if you're just solving problems you've presented to yourself and not dealing with tools and frameworks that are broken or poorly documented that you can't figure out, or that someone told you to use and you can't figure out what they're for or why you'd want to use them. That's no fun. That's not a puzzle. That's just irritating. Software is art in its own right. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have as much association with the word art, but it is it is something that people create just for fun, just because they have an idea and they want to see it happen. I got all the reds, and my opponent is going to have all the blues. There's nothing I can do about it. But I can get all the... There's no yellows. I'm sort of close to getting all the yellows. Oh, wait. Undo. What I should probably be doing is getting all the whites, because that's 10 points. But there's only 4 whites, and they're all separate, so that's a lot of turns. Maybe I could still do that next turn. I don't know if there's going to be a next round, because one of us is probably going to end the game on the next round, probably, by finishing a row, maybe. My friend Bebo showed me that Bebo had gotten a completely filled Azul board with the help of the opponent. But still, who am I that was even possible? Yeah, no fun. No fun. Broken device drivers you want to use in enterprise applications. Exactly. When there's stuff that other people made that's like, you have to use it and it just sucks. It's terrible. Or even if if you made it and it sucks, like, it's not quite as bad. Not just because like we get angry at other people for making mistakes than we do at ourselves, but because you know exactly how to fix it. If it's a device driver and you don't make device drivers, you can't fix it. You just have to like research a workaround and hope that it's real. Let's try to fill up this white because it's pretty close. Because that'll be 10 points. That could be the game in the next round, if there is a next round. And then if there's another round, or if there's a ton of blue, I could get another complete color. Probably not. But at least this way I'll be set up to do... Well, I'm set up to get the white complete color. I think I'm winning. Even though this person's elo is a little higher than mine. They're pretty close. We're about even in our skill level. Last time I played this was with another streamer, Kestrel. We weren't streaming it live or anything. We were just playing it. I think I did quite well in that one. Oh, Nibble, you're back on the desk. It's so cute. Nibble just wants to hang out with me because he loves me. And because he's kind of sleepy. Yeah, I need to set up another camera for you, Nibbler. I need to get my mail off my desk so I don't accidentally post my address. Okay, this is the last round. Are there enough yellows for me to get all the yellows? Technically there are. I doubt I'll get away with it. It depends on... Oh no, I will, because there's no way for the opponent to pick up any yellows. Sweet. All for Silas. Okay. This is actually turning out really well. Oh my god, perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping. Does it matter which one I do? This one is 7 points, and this one is, well, it's 8, so... Oh, no, it has to be here. It has to be on the top. Yeah, I won. I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, actually, they have 3 colors finished, but so do I. Oh, they have 4 columns finished. I only have 3 columns finished. But, nope, I won. No, wait, I didn't. I lost. Wait. Oh, now we're doing columns. And now we're doing bonuses. Color bonuses. But we haven't done mine yet. There's my rows. It's very slow and dramatic. There's my columns. It's close. There's my color bonuses. And I won. I won by a bunch. I won by 19 points. Sweet. 10 victories. Yay! You get a new trophy, Azul Accustomed. Nice. Azul's a good game. Azul is a nice game. If anyone is interested in chat, if anyone in chat is interested in playing a quick board game with me online, drop a 1 in chat so that I know. And if not, and you just want to lurk and chat and hang out, that's all cool too. Because I can always play with random people on Board Game Arena as well. Or I can switch to coding if I want. Cats are fed, and their teeth are brushed, the claws are clipped. I mean, I do have to have like a proper dinner later, so. But after I stop streaming, that's fine. I want to play something. Oh yeah, let's try again to play Starflux. And just as a pipe dream, let's try Quantum. There's almost never anybody ready to play Quantum, which is why it says 10 minutes to find an opponent. Starflux says 1 minute. I'll give it a little time before I click on some more popular games. If it doesn't load fast, I'll click on some other games, and whichever one starts first is the one we'll play. Aw, sweet boy. I want a pet nibbler, but I don't want to wake him up. He's asleep now. He's got a little fluff on his head, but I'm going to leave him alone. I don't know if he's deep asleep. His ears are kind of pointing at me. But, I mean, that's why he's here. He likes hearing me talk. Alright, Starflux is not getting an opponent super fast. So let's add in some possible games of Locomomo and Splendor. What's down here? Potion Explosion? Okay, Locomomo it is. Here we go with the Locomomo. And I am next after this first player. It's funny, my stream is working fine now. So I think when I stream with Ambi, probably with anybody, like doing Discord while streaming, I might have to reduce my bitrate. I also might want to ask the Comcast representative what they were talking about. Or, because they were saying I should pay for an annual contract and get better upload speeds, because they probably checked my records and saw that I had a lot of uploads, and I didn't respond yet. But I could, or I could check my upload speeds, see if they match the advertised speeds, which I'm sure they don't, and file an FCC report to get that fixed, which is apparently a thing you can do that sometimes works. So I'm arranging my these animals for the best picture they can get, that I can get of them with the camera we found in the woods, we forest creatures. And other players are arranging animals in the best arrangement that they can to try to make the best group photo that they can make. And we have rules for points based on each row. Bottom row, we want all the animals to be different. The second from the bottom, we want all the animals to be the same. The next 2 rows up, we want pairs of the same animal to be on top of each other. In the top row, we want a third animal to match the pair that's underneath it. But we also get bonuses for every row and column that is a solid color background of animals. So I've been playing it with a little more emphasis on the solid color backgrounds where I can, which is where everybody starts, because that's how you pick up the tiles anyway. They all have their own rules for how you pick up tiles based on which animal you take And oh, that's what I wanted. Those red tiles, which is, I mean, that was just a good pick because you get 5 tiles out of it, and that's what was available. So I guess I'm gonna have to deviate from my plan of doing all red here and go with something else. Maybe the bottom row could still be red, and I could make some other rows of another color. I can do, that's not bad. It's 4 tiles. But what would I do with them? I don't know. I'll do something with them. Let's say, I guess we'll just have to do like, put the duck. We'll collect lots of bears. That's the plan. And then we'll put this bunny here. And hope for the best. Hope for more of the tiles that I need. So we're doing rows of color, not columns, apparently. And whichever row you place them in, they all shift over onto the left side of whatever you've already placed. Okay, Jana, 1212 in France. And Mark, also in France. I'm playing against 2 French people. Because here, it's almost midnight in California, and in France, it's more like 8 a.m., I think. But that's a coincidence that they're both French. It's not always like that. It's not that French of a place, this website. Do I want more cereal? Cereal's easy. Got the milk here. Sorry, Nebula. Woke him up with cereal noise. It's not cat food. It's human. We have a distracted player. Oh no, there they go. They're playing. Nibba's gonna go back to sleep now. Or try to. Good boy. Oh, I still have to set up Star Trek Hour tonight. I hope I got enough questions. So I do this thing on Twitter on Tuesdays called Star Trek Hour. Oh, good. 15 responses. Fabulous. No. Is it my turn yet? I don't know what's going on. Doesn't say anything. Oh, there it goes. You must choose an animal. So I want red, I want blue, but I also want rabbits, and then eagles, and then bunnies, and I also want bears. But it would be nice if they were blue. Or I want a red background rabbit. Like, there's a red background rabbit. That would get me 5 points on this line, plus 5 points. So that's 10 point. It's a 10-point rabbit. That's not nothing. If I go for the bears here, that'll only get me 4 points. So I think I do want that rabbit. And then I might have to say never mind to, oh, hold on. If I get the rabbit, if I pick up the rabbit, it'll move here and take the duck. Put the rabbit here, the duck could go there, which I can't get a column of color anyway. The bear will get me 1 point and closer to 14, but the duck will get me 3 points right away. So let's get the duck. So rabbit goes here, perfect bottom row, and then the duck pair gets me 3 points for the pair. The bottom row is 14 points plus 5 for the solid color row. So that's a 19-point row. Nice, very nice. Not as good as this, though. This looks chaotic, but they got both of the bottom rows partly filled up, and they got 3 pairs and a 4-pointer up here. So that combination is slightly ahead of my combination. That's not nothing. That's winning. Oh, it's time for a dance break. Yes, Nick. Dance. You want to dance? Feels good. Feels good. Yeah, I think Arias is right. Arias was here earlier, suggesting that I need to come up with something to display on the screen during dance breaks. Not something in chat, but some animation that goes in screen to state the purpose of the dance break, the meaning of it. Because there's always people coming through in chat, not quite sure why I'm having music and dance for brief intervals when there's no follow or subscription or something, which would be more Twitch customary. Wow, Mark has 40 points. Look at this. It's all filled in with all good stuff. Mark knows that color is not the most important thing. If you can get a lot of animals and stack them up correctly, you don't need any color bonuses. That's a good point. I need... with that in mind, this would be interesting. This is 4 blue things. Including a bird, a duck, another duck, a bear. That's maybe my best move. This one is 2 bears. That will get this row to 5 points. That's just 4-point total. I think this will do more. Because this one I can get 4 points just for this duck. Then 3 points for this eagle. Is that what it is? An eagle? And then I could get, let's see, we're in turn 4 of 6. Round 4 of 6. So I could put the bear here and hope to fill this up with bears, even blue bears. Not likely, but possible. Or I could put both of them here to get 5 points right away. I think I better risk it and not get 5 points right away, because I need to invest in the next couple of rounds trying to get more bears. So I can get the 14 points, maybe 19 points, if I can get 3 more blue bears, which is possible, because there's 2 already here. And if no one else really wants them, well, this person probably wants them. This person who is very good at the game, has a high elo, and is winning by a lot. Who was first player? Doesn't say. Oh, I think Mark was first player. So that's one reason that he's ahead. He's had more turns. Or that's part of it. Relates to his lead. His lead is 9 points, but but that's it. So like now we're starting the 5th round. It's not impossible I could catch up. Not impossible. Just very unlikely. So he's gonna want, I don't know. I don't know. If I could play like Mark, I would. No, he got the blue bears. I kind of thought he would. Makes sense. He doesn't want me to have him. He does need him. He does need the bear for here. And that. Yeah, that's a good move. Okay, now I'm going to lose. Let's go lose. So, if I get a blue, I can get 5 points and lose the game. If I get something else, what do I need? I need an eagle and 2 bunnies. I need a bear. Disregarding color. Eagle, bear. Eagle, bear. Do I need a cat? A red cat? I definitely do not need a red cat. Do I need 2 bunnies? Well, the 2 bunnies will be 7 points. The 3 and the 4 of the 3rd column. And then I just put some trash, the non-scoring duck in the top 2nd column. That's an option for 7 points. But the eagle with the bear and the duck would be an eagle would get me 4 points. The bear would get me 3 points. That's also 7. The duck would do nothing good. It would actually ruin my chances of getting a bonus 5 points here. But I'll take it. And then, am I getting a bunch of bunnies soon? Or not? I don't know. I'll put this, I'll just throw it away up here. Whatever. It doesn't matter a whole lot. I'm losing anyway, but we'll see. Disconnected from game server. You're connected again. Okay, well, my stream's still going this time, so that's good. That's just Board Game Arena being Board Game Arena. Just kind of screwing up. That's fine, then we'll go back to sleep. I'm gonna have a vitamin C and D jelly bean. Although, turns out I've been having too much vitamin D. Because both of these have vitamin D in it. Oh, actually, these have very little vitamin D. So it's fine. Yeah, I'm not winning this, but I'm not losing all the way either. I mean, I am, but I'm not coming in last. So I got that going for me. Wow. Mark has filled up his board with very almost perfect stuff. Disregarding color, but really efficiently filling that board with like very much exactly what you should put everywhere except for not caring about color. Very interesting. I didn't know how powerful it could be to ignore color and just get like almost super maximum amounts of animals all the time. Okay, Mark. Maybe I can do that. No, I can't. It's too late. I need a bunny and a duck and a bear. A bunny, a duck, and a bear. Amazing. Here's the bunny. Here's the duck. Here's the bear. It's too late, but it does make my score 48 instead of lower. And then this is the last turn, and then it's over, and I lose. But I only lose by 11 points. 59 to 48. Is Jenna gonna go? Yeah. Jenna's just thinking about options. There you go. The end. GG. 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 I got a trophy. Loco Momo accustomed. Yay. Right on. Right on. Okay. Do I have turns in my turn-based games? No. Let's see what my friends are doing. Winning at various games for the first time, as one does. No one ever says anything in here. I actually was thinking about starting to use Board Game Arena as like social networking. It's I don't know what you'd say. Hello, Cytonic, rating the channel with 13 viewers. Hello, Bonsonator. Oh my god, Bonds has subscribed. Thank you so much, Bonds. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Cytonic. Hello, Nani Muzz. Welcome. I was just playing Board Game Arena randomly with whoever. It's good to see everybody. Bonds, what were you doing? I saw you were streaming, and I saw, I think Ambi raided you after we finished our escape room game today.
This music is ominous, and this is how we're gonna raid.
You were last playing board games.
Soldiers!
Not shocking.
We've
What were you
come
playing?
here.
What kind
Ow! Ow! I just stubbed my toe. Ow!
I always surprise myself by the fact that there's clips, and then I forget. That was Bonds. I want to see another Bonds clip. I'm editing a clip. Okay, good. I'm gonna watch another Bonds clip because they're always funny. Here we go. Thank you for following, Cytonic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome everybody. I'm Joe Sandow. I stream board games and coding of Twitter bots. And wait, Cytonic rated you, not me. Right. That's right. That is what happened. But you came in and subscribed first thing and said raid first. I was talking to you as well. The clip of me lighting him on fire. Let me hear it, Cytonic. I'm just overwhelmed and just confused. What? I don't know what's happening. But I'm glad to hear the laughter.
And Conrad go, half of MGG goes up in flames.
Hey, look,
You're lighting someone on fire.
For the mic. Okay, I'm turning it up just a tad here. All right. Okay, we're good. Everything's
Chaos.
fine. All right.
Bonds
so
brings chaos.
Like in Fight Club when
Here's Cytonic playing. Oh, Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. Oh, cool. That's what you were last playing. This clip is when you're. What was this? I don't know this one. But it reminds me a little bit of a game I've been looking for that I couldn't find. I don't know if it's this one. What was this, Cytonic? What is this, like, inner space cells looking game? This is all fun. This looks cool. So hello everyone, welcome. My name's Joe Sandow. I stream board games and Twitter bot coding in Java and JavaScript, and escape rooms on Monday nights with Amy Rona, or two-person puzzle games of some sort, and Horizon Forbidden West and whatever else I feel like. I think that was Slime Ranger. Slime Rancher. Nice. That clip is Slime Rancher. I finished the story mode for Lego Star Wars tonight. That's cool, Cytonic. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I want to ask everyone in chat if you're interested in playing a board game. Because I was just playing with random people because I didn't have a lot of people in chat. Um, and you're not random, you're here. You're people who are like looking at my face. Um, if anybody wants to play a Board Game Arena game, which is free on the web, and it's easy, and I can teach if you don't know how, drop a 1 in chat, just so I know how many people are interested, and then I can we can pick a game and play it. And if nobody wants to, that's no big deal, because Board Game Arena is full of people who are up for playing all kinds of things at all hours. And like right now, I just played a whole bunch of games with people in like France and stuff, and I won some of them, and I lost some of them because it's board games, and it's what you do. And if so, if anyone is on the fence and they're like, "What's Board Game Arena?" I because you came from a Lego Star Wars stream, it's possible some of you don't know Board Game Arena. It's this, and it looks like this for picking a game to play. These are games that I've played most recently, and I'm happy to play and teach. And if you don't have an account, oh, that's the other thing I have to explain. I get migraines. And one of the ways that I've learned over the years that I can stream for many hours without getting a migraine is I have a timer that every 15 minutes plays a little dance music, switches cameras, and gives me a chance to get up and play some, do a little ditty, do a little dance, a little jig, so that I can get my blood pumping and keep it from doing whatever it does in my brain section to give me a migraine later, which always like sneaks up on me and I don't even know what's happening. But this way, it's something bizarre that happens during my streams every 15 minutes, but also it means that when I stream, I'm actually like less likely to get a migraine than if I'm not streaming, sort of. Or at least it's not like worse to be streaming than not. I watch board game plays, mostly Bonzinator. Right on, let's watch board game plays. I have just played Loco Momo, which I lost, Azul, which I won, Can't Stop, which I lost badly, Shifting Stones, which what did I do? I won. Space Base I lost, King of Tokyo I lost. These are literally the order in which I last played them. Simula and Bandito I'm playing turn-based with my friend What's Eric playing, and Tranquility. Tranquility, I think we lost. We were down to 1 card at the end. Nobody had it. We lost. It was tragic. But we do win that pretty often. But here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna switch this over. Switch this around. And turn on make a game of Q-Birds, because it's very easy to find people to play Q-Birds. It's popular and easy and fun. We'll put like 4 players, normal speed, and I'm gonna drop this link in chat. And if anybody in chat wants to play, feel free to take a seat. And and I will teach the rules if you do. But if you're doing so, you probably want to put a 1 in chat just so I know that someone in chat is actually playing, so that I know whether they need a rules teacher or not. And if no one in chat wants to play right now, that's cool, because it's late, I know. If you're in the States with, English-speaking Twitch and whatnot, I'm going to open this to other players, and strangers from Board Game Arena are going to pile in pretty fast because it's one of the more popular games. Someone in France has sat down and Taz des Chartres, which I could just start the game with them, or I can give it a few more seconds and see if somebody else is coming in. It's a shocked face. Oh, Taz des Chartres? That's my brother. Okay, here we go. Somos cuatro gatos. What does that mean? 4 cats. Something 4 cats. Somos cuatro. What does somos mean? Somos. I took Spanish. What does somos mean? What just happened? Oh, I think they left. I think, okay. Oh, we're trying again. Start game. Somos cuatro gatos. Did I not click the button fast enough? I'm not sure what happened. That was unexpected. Okay, let's start this again. Somos cuatro gatos has left their seat, but it's still around the table. There to say they're still looking at this page. Let's try this again. This is a little bit of the chaos of what happens when you play with random people. Oh, and they started their own table. Okay. So we'll do this. Here's the link. If anyone's like, all right, I'll try. Go for it. But I'm opening this to the public. There comes Somos Cuatro Gatos. Should we just play the two of us? In España. Okay. I think it's just going to be me and this person. Because I don't want to take that long setting up a game. Hi, Nibbler. I'm sorry. My cat's on the desk in his bowl, sleeping. Well, not sleeping now. He's getting chin rubs now. I need to make this a little bigger. And get some birds. Some burbs. Here we go. I don't know. I don't have a plan. These all look bad. Just getting some birds. I'm trading some birds for other birds. And petting my real life cat. I need to set up his camera. I need to set up an old iPhone with like some software that lets you look at an iPhone camera. Which I kind of want to do anyway because I want to clean my desk and like stream a physical board game on it. Probably. Maybe. It's my turn and I've got no points yet. Oh, I can get points. I get owls. I can get a point of owl. Should I save up for a second point of owl? You know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to save up for a second point of owl because if I get lucky, then the next turn I could get that extra last owl and I could have 4 owls instead of 3. And then I could have a double flock of owls. Double flock. I'm trying not to talk too loud and just talk straight into the mic so that I don't bother my neighbors after hours. Because during the pandemic, during the pandemic we've been asked not to be super loud, super late, which is just generally a good idea anyway. And I have the nice arm that my mother bought me for my microphone. My nice Christmas present. Okay, that didn't work out, but it's fine. I can still get the single point of owl. And nothing else jumping out at me for a good strategic grab, but I can take those blue magpies. Somos cuatro. What does somos mean? Does anyone speak Spanish? Somos. Somos. Spanish. Somos. R. Bunsender's not sure. This says it means are, like they are. So I think this person is saying that they are 4 cats. That's what they are. 4 cats in a trench coat in Spanish. Okay, so I have a point of owl. I have 2 points of magpie. And Somos Cuatro Gatos has 1 point of owl and 1 point of parrot. We're pretty much tied. The extra magpies are only useful if I'm going to win by having 3 and 3 instead of 7 different species. But it's easier most of the time to get 7 different ones. We'll see. We'll see what presents itself as an option. Okay. New round. They're getting a bunch of stuff. What does that offer me? Well, I want that wide row. That wide row looks nice. I just don't think it's going to be there anymore. I think that they're going to take it. Somos cuatro gatos. You don't have a gender listed, so I'll call you they. They're thinking pretty hard. But they're invested in the game. I think they're going to take their turn. I think they're just counting their options. They probably have a bunch of new information to consider. Or maybe they're just not there. There they go. It happens. We all get distracted sometimes, look away a little bit. Good. So that means I can get the long, wide row. I think that's what I should do. There we go. And now I can get, so I could get 7 robins, which is a small flock of robins, or I could try to get more. But the only way to get more is to have a toucan to get these robins. So I'm just going to get the 1 point of robins and be glad for it, because now I have 3 species. I need 7 to win. I like the art in this game. It's cute. It's so arbitrary. It's just like, what do the cube shapes of the birds have to do with the way we're gathering them for flocks? Nothing at all. It's just something different that looks cool. Okay, so I want the flamingo, because 2 flamingos is a flock. But I can't get it. Not without getting something else first instead, which is the toucans. So if I get these toucans next time, maybe I'll be able to get that flamingo. We'll see. Bonds, you're so good making your clips after you stream. That's such a good hustle. It's good productive procedure to find ways to promote your stream afterwards. And I mean, you're so animated and funny and dynamic on your streams that there's always moments worth clipping and publishing. So, right on. Thank you. Just trying to throw something together so I can sleep. Oh, and the fact that you feel obligated to do it. I mean, that's kind of like not great. You should be able to go to sleep. But I understand that, you have like your commitments to yourself to get things done in a certain way. It makes sense. I'm glad my stream is working, because my stream failed 4 or 5 times while I was streaming with Ambi. I think Comcast or Twitch was angry that I was on Discord and Twitch at the same time. I don't know. Or it was random. Yeah, I was just starting and stopping my stream over and over and over. I was like, well, this isn't going to be much of a VOD unless I edit it together, which I'm not going to do. What do I want? Ducks can get me those things. There's nothing good. Maybe I'll just toss something out and draw something and see what I get. Occasionally, that's the right thing to do. Yeah, that could work. I could get parrot. I could end up with the parrots. The good news is that I haven't had a stream outage since Ambi and I got off Discord. The bad news is that means I need to either deal with Comcast to make my my upload or download better, or I need to mess with my settings so that I'm not using as much bandwidth on one or both of those systems. I don't know. I got the parrots. That's a nice, juicy bunch of stuff up here. Ooh, it's my turn. Okay. Let's use the ducks to get the pink flamingos. Now I just need the reed warblers or the toucans. I have 2 toucans, but I'm about to lose them because my opponent only has 2 cards left. And they're going to throw away those cards and make us both discard our hands and get new hands. But maybe I'll get lucky. Okay, I have a toucan. I have a reed warbler. And depending what happens with that top row, I could win at the end of this turn. At the end of this round. Once they take their turn, then if I can get those 2 toucans, then I got this in the bag. In the bag. Otherwise, I don't know. I'll get the ducks, or I'll get I could try to get more magpies, more of the bluebirds, but that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna help this turn. That's fair. I have no pre-planned dance moves. I move as my hips desire. And I wake up my cat each time. And now he's purring as I rub his chin. Nibor, should I figure out how to set up a camera for you right now? Should I? I don't know. That sounds hard. I think I could do it with like the quickest way is OBS Ninja or Video Ninja. Look at that. I win. Boom. Boom. I get those birds. I get those birds. I get them in the flock. 1. GG. Thanks for the game, Somos Cuatro Gatos. You who are 4 cats. I got up and danced with you. Yay! Thank you for telling me that you did that, Bonds. And thank you for doing that. That's sweet. GG's. GG's. GG. I should make emotes for GG. I mean, it's always fun to have like raid or GG or, you know, mods and the common ones that are fun. But I definitely also need like a dance emote because that's one of my things. Constantly dancing. Good game. Good game. Good game. Ooh, there's the Bonds good game. Sweet. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see. What to play? Let's switch back to automatic. If anyone in chat has decided that they would like to play, let me know. If not, I will play with the people that the Board Game Arena system chooses for me, like speed dating. But without the actual talking. Like speed dating, where you literally just play a board game and you do not look at each other or speak a word, except maybe good luck and GG. Occasionally you have funny conversations with people on Board Game Arena, with strangers, occasionally, but it's not the norm. Let's see. Oh, let's put on Splendor. Quantum's a long shot. Starflux does take a little while to find a player. And let's see. I think we're playing Splendor. Yes, Splendor is a fast one. Everybody, it's fast to start a game. Everybody likes Splendor. I played this on Bonsonator stream once, and I won a game and I lost a game because the Master Goblin was also quite good at Splendor, and it was very exciting. And we've yet to have our tiebreaker game. Someday. Yeah, that was fun, right? Let's see. And Bonds wasn't like keeping up as much because she was streaming. So like it's hard to like strategize on games against people who are not streaming while you're streaming. It's not easy. There we go. Could also play this on the app, but I'm just feeling like doing a little board game arena tonight. It's nice. And this looks very similar to the app, pretty much. Oh, my background on Board Game Arena is different from what you're likely to see when you log in because I have I use a CSS skin for it that sets it to dark mode. And if anybody wants that, let me know and I will put it in chat. It's not that hard to do. There's instructions. And it's turned into like a whole community project because Board Game Arena keeps changing their layout and some of their pages and stuff. So the old like forum about the dark mode doesn't work anymore. That code is insufficient. So somebody started a project on GitHub where people, including myself, are contributing fixes for like new games we've played that don't look right, and keeping the trying to keep up with like main pages that the Board Game Arena company keeps changing, so that people like myself who get migraines from all kinds of things can play without having like too much unnecessary light blaring into our eyes for hours. Which is like that's what all websites that have light mode do. I recently started playing Nonograms. Nonograms. Because Ambi and I were talking about games we could play on stream, and there was one that was about nonograms. I know that I've seen those in some like puzzle hunts, which are kind of like online escape room thing, puzzle games. And I was like, I've seen the nonograms and I don't understand how to do them. And I've since been playing on the site, and like I get it now, and they're really fun and they're really cool. But what I don't like is the site is like super bright. I have a dark mode like browser plugin. It doesn't make it quite the way I would want it to be, but it's definitely like less dangerous for me. Oh, this is 3 and 1. Oh, nonograms are fun. Nonograms are just fun. And that's 2, so that's nothing, so that's nothing, so that's 2, nothing. My turn. Okay. Can I buy anything yet? No. Oh, man. Okay, I'll take you for later. And then I'll finish this nonogram, which I now have failed to do quickly. But that's okay. Okay, so there's 1 here, so then this, and then 1 and 1, so not this, and done. And then this tells you, like, you took 1 minute and 7 seconds. And I've been able to do some in 30 seconds or 25 seconds. And then there's, like, the leaderboard where people do them in, like, 3 seconds. And I'm just like, what? For these little baby ones. And they have bigger ones that take longer. But there's people who are so used to it who can just like glance at it and be like, boop, 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 done. And I'm like, okay, never mind. But let me explain nonograms because they're cool. Okay, ready? So nonograms are this grid. I'm watching for when it's my turn. There's this grid with numbers, either one number or multiple numbers on each column or row. So let's look at this one that says 4. 4 of these consecutively are like there's whatever. Those are like the target squares. 4 of them are filled in. So it's a little bit like Minesweeper, where you're looking for like which ones are the filled in ones or the special ones. But since we know 4 of them consecutively are filled in, we know that the middle ones must be, because it's either the first 4 or the last 4. Then this row, 2 and 2. This means that there's 2 consecutive ones, followed by a break of at least 1 non-filled in one. like one empty square, and then 2 that are filled in. So because there's only 5 across, that has to be this. And we can also mark that we know that this one's definitely empty by right-clicking and putting an X in it. So that tells us for this column that says 1 here in the middle that we already have 1 that we know about. So then the rest of these are definitely empty. So now and then here's another 2 space 2. So here's 2 and 2. So that has to be like that. Then this one in the middle cross says that there's 2 consecutive. Oops, it's my turn. I'm going to play multiple games at once. Confirm. This one says there's 2 consecutive. They can't be on the left because we already know that the second and third column are empty. So they have to be the 2 on the right, which means that this one on the left is also empty. Now, we know that this first column says there's 2 consecutive, but we know where one of them is. And it has to be the one underneath it because there's nothing above it. There's an empty above it. And this first row, we already know which one. I have to buy a card. What do you mean I have to buy a card? The first row says that there's 1 that by itself, but we already filled it in. So the rest of them we can mark as no. Those are not it. The first column, we know that there's 2. They have to be consecutive, so they have to be the 2 on the bottom. So this can't be it, which means the 4 has to be completed here. The 3 is done. The 3 is done. And we're done. And it took a while. It took 3 minutes because I'm playing 2 games at once and explaining how to do a nonogram. But if I'm not explaining, well, it's my turn. So now I have to wait. I have to get this, this, and this. But if I do one without pausing to explain, then it can be a lot faster, which I didn't really think was important to me until I saw the competitive nature of the site and how it times you. I was like, oh, okay, that does sound interesting. Let me try. Done. And that one I did in 24 seconds. That's pretty good. I'm just getting whatever I can afford. I'm not thinking too much about my Splendor strategy because it's the early part of the game. That's so cool. Thanks for explaining. I've never heard of it. You're welcome, Bonds. I'm glad you found it interesting. It's one of the ones that I've seen in like complicated puzzle hunt games, which are like kind of the types of puzzles they put in escape rooms, but like harder and with like a lot of codes and stuff. And they don't give you much clues about what you're supposed to do. You just try stuff. And it's like finding a bunch of encoded messages and figuring out what in the world are these supposed to be, but always with some originality, some like story and artistry of like, what are we supposed to do with this? And just like, you usually need a team because you need a lot of lateral thinking to be like, what if it's Morse code? What if it's Braille? Or like, what if it's like, it's not like a regular encoded message, it's something else entirely. What if it's pop culture references? These are all songs. Like, oh, okay. And one of the weird things I've seen in some of those like more bizarre puzzles is sometimes they'll put a nonogram in combined with like a crossword puzzle on the same grid. And it's like, okay, so you have to solve the nonogram to figure out which letters are supposed to be crossed out. So you have the ones that are left over and stuff like that. Or you solve the nonogram and it draws a picture of a duck. You're like, pixel art. And it's like, oh, so a duck. Okay. What do we do with the duck? And I've seen them in that context, but I like my other team member solved them. So I was like, okay, well, I don't really know what those are about, but interesting. And then I started looking them up, and I was like, where's an autogram? Let me try one. And then I found that I really like them. But I'm a simple boy. I like my puzzles tiny and trivial. Is it my turn? It's not my turn. Because this is like the starter nonogram, and the bigger, more horrifying. That was 42 seconds because I was explaining. That's my excuse. Where's the bigger ones? Start over. What am I supposed to do? No. Okay, let's shrink this down. Oh, let's do some of this. Let's get a card from Splendor. Okay. Um, there's something here. Oh, that's too small. I can't read that. Where's the thing that lets you change the size? Is it this? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's saving something? Whatever. New puzzle. There's a way to make it have more bigger stuff. Let me turn off the night mode. Oh, it has night mode. Oh, silly me. I was using bad night mode. This is good night mode. Well, that I did not know. Why is there... Why are we missing a card? I'm refreshing. I think something went wrong on BGA. Yeah, it didn't render one of the cards. Where's the thing? Hide the timer. Non-competitive personal timer. Interesting. Auto submit. No, I don't want any of those. What do I want? Oh, it's time to dance. Let's dance. Hey, Bonds, you know what? I just realized we have now danced together. Neat. Not like just the second, but earlier. In a way, over the internet. Dancing over the internet. A whole new social media paradigm. Because there's like places where you like watch movies together, places where you listen to songs together and stuff. But dancing together. I mean, there's video games. You can dance with people. But it's not usually live. It's usually the dance video games tend to be, because it's so hard to like synchronize. What I've seen from like Just Dance and stuff, or Dance Central, is like you dance to a song and then you do it competitively with people by saying like, okay, I want to compete, so we're gonna I'm basically posting my video while somebody else is also gonna be dancing, to like watching my video and seeing who can get a higher score, something like that. I think that's how it works. I'm not sure. I haven't done it, but I looked at it. It seemed like that. But what about social media, where people just dance with each other over live stream? I mean, that's Discord. People do that. It's called Zumba. I've done it. Nibbler, do you want to dance with me? No, he wants to sleep. I'm glad that you're sleeping. Even though you'll be up later and we'll be playing at 3 in the morning, I'm glad that you're here hanging out with me, being happy, instead of like whining. So I know this site has bigger nanograms and I don't know how to make them happen. I did them. And then there's lag where one person is off. Yeah, exactly. Like that's why you can't like sing a chorus online very easily, because like this is not a telephone. Even like a cell phone is too much lag for most singing, for most songs. You need like a landline, which I don't know a landline. I'm not going to get a landline just to sing with people. Although that is maybe the best selling point for a landline that I've ever thought of. Like, is it for emergencies and like when the power goes out, this thing still works and whatever? Like, nah, that doesn't seem important. But like singing to people in synchrony, you still can't do like synchronous analog signal video. That just never happens. If it ever did happen, it's long gone. Okay, I wasn't really paying attention. I hope I'm doing well in this game. I actually kind of am. Oh no, I'm doing terribly. Somebody has 10 points already, and I have 1. Never mind. I am not doing well at all. What? Why do you have 10 points? Jesus. Because they're paying attention. But I have so many gems and cards and things. What do I need? I need 2 blue and a green to get this one. Or a black and a white to get this one. I've just been buying whatever I can afford and not thinking too much about it. But apparently, that's not how you win. Oh, look, I got a point. That's not good. 2 to 10. 10, 3, and 2, and I'm the 2. And this is this person's first game. And they're ahead of me. Well, I just got excited about nonograms for a second. And then I found out that they have a night mode built in. It's really cool. White or... Oh, it doesn't matter. They're both... Well... No, white is better. Yeah, because then I can get this red one maybe, and then I can try to get this 4 up top. Or something. Or something. I don't know. Oh, I need this one. Is it my turn? No. Damn. Blue's gonna take this one. Aren't ya? Oh, actually, blue has a bunch of other stuff. Huh. Blue's doing something else. I don't know. Oh my god, I can't afford it. What? Oh, I need 2 blues. Oh, it hurts. Alright, I'll just take the point. I'm losing. Whatever. How do you make those other kinds of puzzles I haven't looked at on this site? But how do you make a bigger puzzle? I don't remember. It's not in the gear. What is it? Oh, you can make this bigger without making everything else bigger. Look at all these options I didn't know about. No, I'm not just going to instinctively click on the one that's glowing. I could, though. Okay, I will. Because then I can buy this 2 up here. That's not so bad. Even though red has 12 points. And I'm doomed. That's okay. Oh, that's it. This is the last turn. All right, here we go. I just need 12 points in 1 turn. How can you do that? You can't. Well, you could if you could get all 3 of these and 1 of these. I just have to get, well, actually, oh no, you can only take 1 of these per turn. So that's too bad. Well, I could take a black gem, onyx, and then maybe get 1 of these, and that'll get me some points or something. Sure. Oh no, I can't even afford 1. Huh. Neat. Terrible. Worst game ever. Worst ever. Wow. Oh, my ELO's at 100. Oh, wow. Couldn't be worse. Couldn't be worse. Okay. Your ELO can't fall below 100 once you've played enough to get to 100. You didn't get last. Hey, that's right. That's what matters. Someone's worse than I am. That's what I care about. Because you can't always be first in life. But don't be last. That's embarrassing. Just don't. Just don't do it. Let's try Sushi Go. And maybe, oh, okay. We're going Sushi Go. I'm still baffled why the nonogram site isn't letting me increase the size of the nonograms, because I did it before. I just don't see the button. I don't understand. 5x5 nonogram puzzle. I don't know. I thought it had bigger ones. It had 10 by 10 and everything. Maybe that's features not here today. Or I don't know. What happened? Did we cancel? Maybe I didn't click the button fast enough. Let's try again. Sushi Go, and Splendor, and Azul, and Via Magica. and spot it. Okay, we're doing Splendor again. If this person agrees. Yes, I'm still talking, Nibbler. You came to hang out with me because I'm here being interesting, talking, sounding warm and friendly. And you like my voice? Yeah? Or you're tolerating the situation? My cat is on the desk being like, well, if you're gonna sit here just talking all night, then at least I'll sit here with you. Okay, I'll pay attention this time. This time I'll win. This time I will win. I'm leaning forward because he's far away on the desk. Good boy. Yeah? He's yawning. You waking up? Time to go play? Want me to stop streaming and go play? Or you want to rest a little bit while I play Splendor? Yeah. Yeah, he's sniffing around on the desk, looking for some stuff. Okay. We'll stop soon, Nibbler. We'll stop pretty soon. It's after midnight. It's almost 1 in the morning. Maybe we'll stop after Splendor, and then we'll go play with a mouse. Or a string. He's sniffing around all the junk on my desk. Oh, he's digging. He's a digging. He's looking for goodies. Good luck, Nibbler. You play your game, I'll play mine. Yeah, I still have to set up Star Trek Hour questions too, because that's tomorrow. Every Tuesday I run a Twitter hashtag party called Star Trek Hour, and I got 15 questions about the latest Star Trek Picard episode from community members of that group of regulars, but I have to read them. Oh, I have to watch the episode. Read them, choose 7 of them, put them into the system with a bunch of others' text, and get them ready for tomorrow. So I should probably stop streaming pretty soon. Or I can stream the act of doing that. That's an option. But I probably should watch the episode so I understand what the questions are about. It's my turn. I will take my turn. Ooh, I don't like that. Start over. Nibbler, what are you looking for? He's sticking his face under stuff on the desk. I know, it's messy. What did you find? You're looking for toys? Yeah, he's awake now. My cat's awake. He's gonna want to play. Or he's gonna get grumpy and just be like, fine, I'll just sit here and get bored. Because you keep talking, wake me up. Slow blink. Slow blink. Back to sleep. Updating game situation. Oh, good. I thought it was stuck. I was concerned. Okay. Well, this will cost me 5 coins. This will cost me 4. So I guess I'll get this one. I don't know. It's early days. That's my first card. It is liberating to like have a reason to get up and dance as part of streaming, like to have a mechanism to do it, and also like to give myself space to talk about like what the problem is for me with streaming, which is migraines. Because I was just embarrassed about it for a long time and I didn't know how to talk about it. And then eventually I was like seeing people talking about like their disabilities and stuff on Twitter, and I was like, you know what? Like it doesn't matter whether it's considered a disability by certain government organizations and stuff. That's not important. What's important to me is like that I call it a disability and that I talk about it as a chronic illness. That's like very common. It's incredibly common. But it's like hard to explain if you don't have them. So it's hard to understand even if you do have them, and it's different for everybody in certain ways. So I was like, okay, I need to start just saying, here's what the deal is. Here's what I need. I do the same thing like when I go to friends' houses, which I don't do during a pandemic, but before before 2020, when I would go to friends' houses, I'd just be like, I need the air conditioner on, or I have to go. It's not you, it's me. Hi, Taze Divas. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. We're just hanging out, playing some board game arena. I just want to check on something because occasionally I get followed by somebody who isn't a real person, and I just like to make sure sometimes. You know how it is. I appreciate you sharing. Thank you, Bonds. Thank you for saying. It's definitely like been hey, Taste Davis, no problems. Welcome. It's it's much more fun for me to stream with like just being like, you know what? This is the topic of conversation. If nothing else. And also to like find ways to make it fun. But a big part of it was just getting the light out of my fucking eyes because I thought you need bright studio lights because that's how cameras work. You need to illuminate yourself more than natural. So my first like year of streaming, I just looked like a ghost. It's just like solid white. It was very bad lighting. And I'd look at other people streaming and be like, that's not normal. That's not how they do it. They just look like they're in a normal room with a normal lamp. You don't have to have two studio lights facing towards you very close by with a webcam that's designed for low light. But then I was researching how to stream and look good without shining bright lights in your eyes that give you migraines super fast or at all. And then I found out tricks like don't point them at yourself, point them at the ceiling and the walls. Like that is how lamps work. So I still have studio lights, but they're pointing up at the corner of the room, and my walls are like off-white, and this is all just diffuse light that hits me. And to me, this room doesn't look very bright. It looks like moderately well lit, but I'm well illuminated because of the position of where I'm sitting. And as a bonus, since they're pointing up at the lights are pointing up at the board game shelf, the bookcase, and I have installed shelves as stairs for the cats to go up, to go on the top of the bookcase, and then down the other side, which they do because they chase each other and fight. But one of my cats, Amethyst, just loves heat and loves light that generates heat. And she will sit up there for hours sunbathing in front of the studio lights that are pointing straight at the corner of the room. She could sit on the other side of the bookcase where it's dark, but no. Like late at night, she will sit up there and just bask in the warm glow of the lights with her eyes closed and go to sleep. It's really cute. What am I getting? Yes. I could win this. Nobody has points yet. It's anyone's game. Ish. Okay. Maybe someone's gonna have points soon. Other people are better at reserving cards than I am. I don't reserve cards very often. I do it when I remember that you can do it, when it seems like a really good idea. Let's see, do I want blue or black? What's my strategy? I don't have one. Black. I'm gonna get a strategy at some point. Eventually I'll get a strategy when I'm rich. Come on, Nonograms. Why aren't you doing what I thought you were gonna do? Oh, here it is. It's this little thing on the side. Here we go. This is what I wanted to show you. 10 by 10 nonograms. New puzzle. So 10 by 10 nonograms look like this. Let's make that bigger. How do you make it bigger again? You go like this, and oh, I don't know. I like the night mode. I'm very much into the night mode. Goodbye, Nibbler. I've woken him up for the last time. He is now awake. Oh, there it is. Bigger, bigger nonograms. But I gotta take my turn. So, like, if there's 8 here, it could be 8 on the top, 8 on the bottom, or 8 in the middle, which means we know that the 6 in the middle, why isn't it working? It's not clicking. It's not responding to my clicks. Oh. 10 by 10. I don't know. It's not responding to my clicks. Bummer. Maybe the night mode is broken. I don't know. That's too bad. If I turn off their night mode, then does it work? No, it still doesn't work. So it's not about the night mode. It's about the 10 by 10 being broken. No, the whole site is broken. What's going on? It was just working. And now it isn't. I don't know. That's odd. Let's put night mode back on because this is glaring. What's the problem? Oh, maybe I think I clicked one of these things without understanding it. Rotate. Oh, blah, I see. I was marking them all empty, which is not what I meant to do. Okay, so now I have a harder one because that's what I said. All right, here's one with 9s. 9s are easy. So it's either 9 on top or 9 on the bottom. That's nice. So here's a 2. So then this is, oops, my turn. This, and this. Sounds good. There's a 2 here, and then there's 5 out of these bunch. So somewhere in the middle, there's definitely something here, which means that the rest of these for this 2 are going to be nothing. And here's an 8. So it could be 8 on the top, 8 on the bottom, or 8 in the middle, which means the 6 in the middle must be filled in. This is a 2, 1, 3, so it has to be 2, and then blank, then a 1 in here, and then 3 at the end. So one of these middle ones is a 1. This is a 2 and a 5, so it has to be this, and this has to be 5. So this has to be blank. 2 and 3. 2, blank. My turn. Oh no. Start over. Can I afford anything? No, I just have a lot of gems. I'll take this reserve card. And then this is 2 here, 3 here, blanks, 2, blank, 2, blank, and a 1 somewhere in the middle. 2 here. These are all blank. 2 and blanks. 1 and 3. So 1 is somewhere. 1 and 2 is somewhere. 5. I don't know yet. 5 and 2. Here's 2. And then this is 5 somewhere in here. What else do I know? So this is 2 consecutive, so it can't be this one. This is 4 consecutive. Has to be this. Yes. And then take one of these. That is not what I was thinking of doing, but I think what I was going to do was gone by the time I came back, by the time it was my turn. So this is now 2, 1, 3. That's done. I'm multitasking. Here's, these have to be connected. So that's the part of the 5. This is 1 and 3. Don't know yet. This is 2. Oh, 2 must be on top. So these are nothing. This is 1 and 2. Don't know yet. 1 and 3. 3 is here. 1 is one of these. 5. Okay, so even if this one is filled in, that would be for 5, it would have to still be this one. This one has to be filled in, which means the 2 has to be here and cannot be here. And same with that. And then this is 5. Let's see. Let's get this, which is a point. Yay. This is 5 across. So it's one of these two sides. Which means this is 3, 1 here, this is 9 and 9, this is 1 and 2, this is 1, 1 and 1. Unclear what that is about. This is 5 and 2, so it has to be this 5 or this 5. This is 8, so it's these two. Which means this row is done, and this row is done. Which means it's a logic puzzle, in case you didn't realize that. This is 7, so that ends here, that's there, and we're done. Yay, 3 minutes, 51 seconds, including playing Splendor at the same time. Do I want 4 black? Well, 4 black gets me access to these two, so that's not a bad thing. It doesn't get me access to these top cards. Great, thank you, man. Let's do another one. These are cool. Oh, 1 and 8, that's a guaranteed 1 blank 8. Done. That's the easiest kind. What else is there? Anything else super busy here? So here we have a 2 by itself. It has to be one of these two sides here. Oh, Nibbler's crying. Okay. After this game of Splendor, I'm going to have to end my stream and go play with my cat because he's crying. This can't be here because it has to be 4 consecutive. This could be somewhere over here, but it has to be 3 consecutive, so it has to be over there. Buy card. 2 and 7. It's not quite enough to know a lot, but I know a few things. Definitely like a bunch over here. Then here's 4 and 4. So at the outside, it could be the left 4, but definitely couldn't be anything further left than there. So that's that. 1 and 4. Here's the 4 for the 1 and 4, which means this is a 1 and 6 here and here. So we know there can't be anything touching it. And this is a 1 and 4, same deal. This is a 2 and 7. So 2 and blank, then 7, which is the rest of them. So that's finished. Back to Splendor. Here we have 8 consecutive. They have to be these ones. This is 5 and 2. Can't be up here. And must be down here. And this 5 here. Which means this 4 has to be here. This 4 has to be here. That 2 is done. That 1, 4 is there. And 1, 6 is there. 1, 6 is there. And 3 is done. 4 and 2 is done. 1 and 3, one of these two. Okay. 3, 1 and 1. Here, 1 and 4, one of these two. Oh, 2 and 1, that's done. So the 4 means it must be the left 4 or the right 4 connected to there, and not this. Therefore, it must be this, and not this. And this can't be here because it's already 3 done. So that's 4. That's 1 there. That's 1, 1, 1. 3, 3, 3, 1, 1. Done. 2 minutes 53. 2 minutes 54 seconds. Nice. Is that a good score? I have no idea. It's good for me. What am I doing? I think I should get a white. Wait, start over. I think I should get red. Everything but black, because I have a lot of black. Okay, I'm going to turn off my computer and get ready for bed. Thank you so much for being here, Bonds, and for chatting with me. Have a great night. Thank you for the late night stream while I edit. Happy to keep you company, and likewise, thanks for keeping me company. Oh, look, I'm losing again. Someone has 10 points, 11 points, and I still have 1. I'm losing. But it's okay, because I had fun. Have a nice sleep, Bonds. Congratulations on finishing your edit before bed. You're a great streamer, and you're a great self-promoter, and I admire you. Have a good rest. I want green. Well, I don't want black. I want green. I don't know. I don't necessarily want any of those. Oh, more nanograms. There's always more nanograms. I mean, there's always more because I think they're pretty easy to generate. Oh, I have puzzle IDs. This is a 2,800,000 and something. So maybe they don't generate them randomly? Seems like they could, but maybe they don't because maybe it's not always solvable. I don't know. I can't intuitively tell if that's true or not. But I know that if this is a 6, that these two have to be filled in. And therefore this can't be. 4, 1, 1. Is there anything with like lots of big numbers? 3 and 4. No. Not really. I must play. I must play. I'm going to take this one because I want white and I want points. So now I have 2 points, which is almost 11. Now I'm tied for last place. Sweet. I should look for who to raid, because after this game... Okay. Let's see here. Who shall I raid? Any suggestions from chat for anybody streaming at this unusual hour who you think would be good to raid? Let's see. There's not a lot of people streaming board games at this hour in English, but maybe find somebody streaming something else, like art or something. Oh, that looks cute. Let's see. What looks good? What looks interesting? Very few board game streamers, tons of art streamers. I kind of want to find someone who looks fun, who's doing something interesting that appeals to me. And that looks neat to crash. Or I won't. Just sign off. I don't know yet. That's possible. It's valid. It's not always necessary to raid, especially when you can't find anyone who you want to raid. And when you don't have, like, 100 people in chat who are like, yeah, let's go somewhere. Let's keep this party going. It's not that kind of Nate. I don't know. So many of these streamers are not in English. Let's look at something else. Is this person not playing? Okay. Is out of time, will be expelled from the game if there's no action within 20 seconds. Okay, well, I'm not expelling them, but if the other player is, there's not much I can do about it except I could propose that we abandon the game, because I don't like when people lose reputation just because they got called away. I think that's unfortunate. Okay, so they lost the game. All other players will be considered winners. This may be frustrating. You may continue to play if you like, or quit this game without any penalty. I think I'll quit the game without any penalty, because I should go play with the cat anyway. Oh wow, this person has a bad reputation too. A very bad reputation. Weird. Okay. So be it. I am not seeing any obvious people that I'm like, oh, this is someone I super want to raid at this hour who's currently streaming. And unless something jumps out at me, I think I may just call it a night. Yeah. It's gonna be one of those nights. Just gonna say goodnight. Bonds, if you're still here, good night. Thank you so much for hanging out and chatting. Cytonic, thank you for the raid. Thank you everyone who has been lurking. I really appreciate it. You absolutely do not have to talk for me to appreciate your presence here. I'm glad just to have the company and know that you're participating by listening, even if it's half paying attention. That's all good. Nani Moose and however you pronounce your name, and everyone who was here earlier, whatever soul, and Delaney and Arias. Thank you so much for dropping in and hanging out while we were playing escape room games and playing Board Game Arena. I am gonna go sign off and go play with Nibbler, set up Star Trek Hour, and get ready for a Tuesday. What's this? What's this? Did I come at the end? No. Hi, Black Wolf Soul. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, you are. You're in the time zone that would come at the end because oh, now you're here. I'm tempted to stay. Oh, Time Roller's here. Oh, ridiculous. Everybody's coming in at the end. I would love to keep playing, but it's been a long night and my cat's been very patient and I have to go play with him so that he doesn't get angry and beat up my other cat too much. So I gotta go. Just clocked out. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll play another night, but I really should go. Yeah, I'm tempted to play something with you because you're here and you're fun to play with, but I think it's time that I go give my cat what he needs. Cheers. Thanks, Time Roller. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Black Wolf Soul, for coming in. It's really good to see you. I love your streams. I'm so happy to see you here. But I am going to sign out for tonight and see you another time. Have a good night. Have a good morning. Have a good day, whatever time zone you're in. Take care. I'll see you later. Bye.